Welcome back, everyone, to the Epics of Irindal. This will be session number 6. Getting up there. Getting up there already.
Almost double digits.
Last time, our intrepid party had begun their meeting with Enrique Sandis, their directed contact. They had been issued a job from the one Miguel Barone back in Tierhelm to deliver a package to a enclosed case, if you will. And upon several interesting encounters along the way, upon entering the city of Mirstadt, one of the largest shipping and commerce heavy cities within the Landsgeld Alliance, they were finally introduced to the rather eclectic individual, the tiefling brother to one Lucas you all had met previously. And he invited you all, after your success within the Cirque du Hell's Keep arena, to have a discussion with you all, as well as take delivery of the item, upon which he unlocked via a blood seal that had been cast upon the outside of the case, just in case you all had gotten the wrong ideas to try to open it. Thankfully, you did not. But he revealed that inside the case was a rather exquisitely made cane, rod, staff, however you want to call it, a rather small, like walking staff, if you will, made of a finely polished silver rod topped with a glass encrusted lunarium crystal. Quite an expensive item, to say the least, both for its magical composition as well as just its overall quality and make. After some discussions and some back and forth amongst you all, Enrique Sandis revealed more of the undertone of this location, this Cirque du Hell's Keep, as well as the underlying organization that he, Lucas, and a few others worked for, called the Silver Sonnet, a group that specialized in escorting magically born individuals who may have been wrongly accused and were either wanted or had no means of escaping their lot in life in this city and several others, that would otherwise most likely end up in the hands of the Inquisition were fate left to its own devices. The Inquisition being an organization that Trash was quite familiar with, a church-funded group that specialized in capturing ne'er-do-well spellcasters across the continent, funded by the Church of Helion in the capital city of Magnolia in the southwest corner of the continent. Not to say that every rogue spellcaster in the continent does not deserve what they get, but Trash, as you know, a lot of young would-be spell slingers and things of that nature are never formally trained. Only a small percentage ever become members of the Magisterium Arcanum, the largest cabal of wizards and spellcrafters and arcane engineers across the continent. And such, without magical training, such individuals are far more likely to succumb to using their given abilities for the wrong reasons, or just losing control of them in a natural means, and such attracting the ire of these individuals within the church. But with that, Enrique contracted you all to assist one of his sonnet conductors, a Air Genasi woman who you all met by the name of Aniela, a woman almost as large in stature as you, Floof, with a very intimidating presence. But you were asked to meet with them the following evening, or following afternoon, to discover what was going on with one of their escape routes out of the city of Mirstadt. But until then, you all went on a little shopping spree and bought some new weapons, some potions, before meeting up with Lady Catherine Aelenlead of the Magisterium Arcanum that following evening after speaking with Enrique Sandes. And you all, for most of you, you were meeting Lady Catherine for the first time. Trash, this was a welcomed reunion with your mentor and friend, and she discussed some of the things that were beginning to weigh on her heavily, one being why such a raw, arcane-dense substance like Lunarium was showing up not only outside of its usual excavation location in the far southeast corner of the continent in the Jamila dynasty, but why it was showing up in living creatures, such like your mother Floof, as well as some of the creatures you have encountered along the way in your travels thus far. As such, she asked you all to assist her by heading to the Jamila dynasty, which I believe was already your intent to some degree, but now the focus of your intention is ever being drawn further and more narrowed to that location within the continent. She gave you a name of a contact, a one Gamil, a bronze dragonborn, and one of the lesser nobility of the Jamila dynasty. After which she offered you all some assistance with some spell scrolls, in addition to paying for some lodging for the evening, before you were intending to meet up the following day with Lucas back at the Flagrant Flocks, the smoker's den where you first had met this individual, as well as Aniela, who was supposed to meet you there. At this point, it is early in the morning, but already the heavy movement of cargo all around the city can be heard in all directions. The sound of cartwheels moving across the cobblestone streets echo between the larger buildings as you all rise and have your breakfast in the morning at one of the local inns. At this point, it is fairly early in the morning, but you have a nice breakfast, as well as allow yourselves some time to recover, time to prepare any spell slots or anything you need to do. If you didn't already take a long rest mechanically, please do so. But also any prepared spells you'd like to swap out for the day. If you have that feature, go ahead and do so now. But we'll say that you take a bit of time as you are a bit worn and tired from your previous day. A lot going on, and a lot both physically and emotionally going on the prior day. Having met with Catherine, as well as your encounters with the members of the Silver Sonnet and the Cirque du Hell's Keep. We'll say about midday is when you are asked to meet with Lucas back at the Flagrant Flocks. At this point, you all leave the inn, having had a hearty meal and time to recover and exchange ideas amongst yourselves. What would you like to do?
Can you hear me?
I think I'm just showing an eagerness to get going.
Okay.
Hey, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, my power went out for a second there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, it came right back.
Good.
But,
Luckily, it was
I
just like
missed
a
the
blip.
last few seconds. Yeah,
Okay.
just a little blip.
Just if there was anything you wanted to do before we begin, our journey.
Oh, nah, I think I'm good.
Okay. Without much
Okay.
effort, you all head back into the direction of the entertainment district of the city, and I'll go ahead and pull up the map. Back towards the back alleys of the entertainment district in the northwest corner of the city. As you pass through various streets, it takes you a bit of time to get back this way with already the hustle and bustle you can see as some of the bartenders and various shop owners and entertainment district patrons are all scrambling to get ready for another day, another busy afternoon and, of course, evening in the city of Mirstadt. But you are able to come back towards the flagrant flocks hidden off in one of the side streets, already beginning to smell the pungent odors of various essential oils and incense, covering up again the scent of other things being ignited inside the building. But as you step inside, you notice it's a bit busier today than it was prior. Not by much, but a bit busier. But right in the middle of the building and the establishment, you see Lucas gathered by a number of individuals, and they are seated at one of the tables as a half-orc man, a human man, and a thinner half-elf individual are standing around looking over a number of finely made and filigreed cards that Lucas is laying out on the table as he eyes the individuals. And from what you can see at this distance, he's telling their fortunes with cards. And you, Dazes, as well as Floof, you would catch this as well. My dice all over the place. You notice as he's kind of he's moving his hands around in a very flamboyant and flagrant way over the cards, but you see just off the corner of your eye the thin, dexterous tail begin to just barely scoop out some items from one of the individuals standing opposite him on the table. Not unlike the way that they had relieved the young noblewoman previously of their finer jewelry during their conversations. But you also see the barkeep owner, the gnomish man, stepping up on a stool, mixing drinks for other customers against the bar, as well as issuing out little pots and various water pipes for consumption at one of the various tables, getting those prepared for the customers. What would you all like to do?
I'm going to walk over to Lucas and ask him what he's doing, what these cards are.
Oh, darling, it's good to see you all. Welcome, 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 welcome.
And he looks over to the three individuals as he finishes up telling the human man's fortune, and he sees a bit gruffled by the results of the fortune.
Sorry, darling, I don't change the cards. They are what they are.
The man just, yeah, whatever. I don't believe in fortunes anyway. And as he walks away, you see him already in a kind of a gruffled tone trip on one of the bar stools and almost go face planting into the floor.
Told you gotta watch your step, darling.
Whatever. As he walks away with his companions. But Lucas looks back to you all as this is going on.
Oh, please take a seat. Please take a seat. Jeffrey, please, can we get some waters and maybe some wine?
As they sit there and they shuffle the cards back into the deck.
I was just, telling some fortunes. I've done this from time to time, raising a little money for the group,
That gentleman who just left must have gotten a bit of a rough reading.
You could say that.
As you see just behind them the tail carrying a handful of gold coins that they drop into their little side satchel.
More ways than one, darling.
I like to sit down and just be like, read mine.
Oh, you want to know your fortune, darling?
I nod.
All right. And you see them kind of rub their hands together as well as begin shuffling the cards over the table. And then they present the deck to you. I need you to cut the deck, darling. You just do it something like this. You grab the cards wherever you'd like to on top of the deck and move one half to the side and then put the other half on top of it.
Okay, I do it very, very poorly. I like to picture the cards just kind of falling over each other, but I manage. And I'd also like to say, don't steal from me, and kind of look at his tail like I saw what
Of
happened earlier.
course, darling, of course. I don't steal from friends. But they kind of move the cards back into a more uniform stack, but it doesn't seem to topple over too much. But you see them lay out the first card, and it is face down. And then in the center, there is, that are directly in the middle of the first card, 1, 2, 3, and then finally a fifth card directly along the line. So the formation looks like a diamond against the table. And they flip over the first card, which is on the far left. Now, this is a specific way I like to tell fortunes. You have the primary fortune followed by a modifier. And they flip over the first card and show it to you. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. And you see and these are not like, your traditional 1 through 10 cards. These are tarot cards. But you see a rather ominous looking figure riding a horse and carrying a scythe on the first card that they turn over, and it is facing upside down towards you. This is the major arcana of death. It represents transformation, as well as a change in oneself, a very defining transformation. And then as they turn over, they skip the middle card, or the middle 3 cards, and then they turn over the last card. And the modifier is the 3 of Swords, upright, representing emotional pain, trauma, and sorrow.
I'm intrigued because I feel like I can relate to it, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm just interested to see where this goes.
I know, darling, it's not the most pleasant thing to see sometimes, but just because what you see in a fortune does not mean that it is a sure thing. One can find solace in a number of different things in the cards.
I don't get it.
Each their own. As Lucas begins to then shuffle the cards back into the deck. Would you two like your fortunes read as well?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, who's first then?
I point to trash.
I was gonna point at Dazes, but okay, fine. I'll go first.
She motions for you, Floof, to step aside as Trash sits directly across from them. Okay, have a seat, darling. And they do the same thing, the same motion. Go ahead and cut the deck for me, please.
I do my best to pick them up with my blob hands.
Everyone has their own special touch in fate, you see. That's what delivers the truest readings. And then they make that same formation of cards again. You see, as they turn over the first card, they turn over a regal-looking individual sitting upon a throne, facing upright away from you. This is the Emperor Arcana, one of the major. It represents authority, a father figure or mentor. And they turn over the modifier on the far end of the row. This is the Ten of Swords, upright, which represents deep wounds, betrayal, loss, and crisis, but also potential for change. What a strange combination. How does Trash react to?
Well, not really being like well versed in tarot as Trash, I would say that the Ten of Swords makes her feel it's like there's like a worried look on her face because she feels of the small group of people she has in her life that she can trust. If there's betrayal down the road, that's something that doesn't sit nicely. But at the same time, she's known a life of struggle, betrayal, and so this is like it's just like an old hurt that she's familiar with. But now it's like a cautious. So she's like furled and she's like thinking.
Well, like I said, everyone has their own interpretation of what they see in fate. And how one sees fate ultimately decides that fate.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. And last but not least, have a seat, darling. She, as they motion to you, Dazes.
I'll take a seat.
They shuffle the deck again, flipping the cards in a very intricate way, and then setting them in front of you to cut the deck once more.
I do my best to split it in half exactly.
Nice. Welcome. Interesting. Quite an exacting touch you have there.
As they pick the deck back up and then begin to create the formation once again for the final time. And they turn over the first card, and you see a wheel-like symbol facing upside down towards you.
This represents fortune in reverse. It can represent ill fortune, it can represent change, or a breaking of the cycles. And beside it, oh, this is unique. It's rare that one sees two major arcana together. But this is the Lovers.
And you see a pair of silhouettes coming together as one in the center of this card.
And it's upright. It represents harmony, relationship, values, and choices. Quite a strange combination for one to receive two major arcana together. I've never seen that before.
I will do my best to not look visibly shaken.
Again, darling, fate is what you make it, ultimately. We see what we see. One cannot observe fate without ultimately changing it.
Would I have noticed Dazes' face?
Give me an insight check.
A 17 plus insight. Just 17.
17. Dazes, you can choose to wear your emotions on your sleeve, or you can... We're basically doing an opposed roll here. You can choose to try to hide it with a deception check, or you can try to persuade Trash's observation with, with whatever you want to show. It's up to you. You can choose to let them observe what you're showing now, or you can choose to try to mask it with something, or show legitimate concern. It's your choice.
I don't think I'm gonna try to mask it with anything.
Okay. So describe what Trash would see as they're watching you react to this fortune.
I guess just the look of like, maybe a little bit of distraughtness. And a bit of a like far away look as I kind of go inward a little bit, to like my memories a tad. That's that's about it. Just a look of thinking for a moment,
Of course. Contemplation.
I see the look. I give him a pat on the shoulder, and I ask, "Your mom died too?"
I'll turn to Floof and I'll say, "Not quite," and I'll pat him back on the shoulder. But thank you.
I'm good. That's it. That's it for me. I'm like, okay.
As you're saying this and this exchange is going on, and you all are have a few glasses of wine with Lucas. Nothing too inebriating. Just a bit of afternoon wine with some sandwiches and things brought over by the proprietor of the establishment, the Gnomish man, mixing drinks at the bar. You hear a heavy-footed entrance, and you see Aniela enter the door of the establishment. The large, very bulked up, Genasi female, almost as tall as you, Floof. Her muscled form, now even more accentuated by are defined by her vestment that she wears, her form-fitted clothing, kind of exposing everything from the armpit down to all the arms completely exposed, and you see various scars and things of that nature up and down her arms, as well as in her midsection that is exposed. And you see now that what you didn't see the previous evening discuss, or as she enters, she also has two rather large metal knuckle guards around her four fingers on each hand, and they are inlaid with various symbolism. Is anybody proficient in history?
Nope.
I don't think I was. Let me double check. I am proficient in history.
You would recognize these symbols of that of the Stormlord.
Oh, okay.
The god and overseer of combat, as well as the striking, also known as the striking thunder of the mountains.
What was the name of that thing?
You would recognize these markings on the brass knuckle guards, basically like brass knuckles, that she wears. They have like filigreed in them, symbolism of the Stormlord.
Okay.
One other thing, Floof, as well, or Bert, double check your proficiencies in D&D Beyond. I think you didn't choose one of your racial proficiencies.
Really?
Yeah, because it still shows it's open. You should have one more. Yeah, you have 4. You should have 5 total. You go under edit. Yeah, go under your the number 1 option. Yeah, origin proficiencies.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You don't have to tell me which one you pick. Just make sure you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm looking now. Got it. I'll pick something here in a sec. I'm going with insight.
Okay. That's appropriate. But as Agnella enters the bar, they make a beeline for your table, approaching, and Lucas greets them kindly.
Welcome, Agnella. It's been some time. Would you like your fortune read? I've already read it.
And she cuts off Lucas.
My fate is my choosing, Lucas. I need no faith, much less a stack of cards to tell me that.
And you see Lucas's face kind of just go,
Okay.
anyway, as they down the remainder of their glass of wine.
At this point, I'm going to hand you all off to Agnella, as she's going to be the one to show you where you're headed from here on out. But I wish you all the best of luck, and if you're back in town anytime soon, don't hesitate to hit me up, darlings. I'm always down for a little fun.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Lucas.
Of course, darling, a pleasure.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say bye and reach for her tail to shake hands. Goodbye.
Ooh! You deviant, you.
As they hand you off to Agnella and then make their exit out of the establishment, bidding their friend, the gnomish man, goodbye with a handshake. And you notice, both you, Floof, and Dazes, that they hand off a handful of coins to the individual. Clearly, from what you gather, this is kind of a racket that's gone on for a while. And at this distance now, you can observe on the lapel of the proprietor of this bar, you see that same silver music note pin that you saw on the lapel of Enrique's chest the previous evenings. Clearly a member of the Sonnet as well. That's sort of in on this whole ordeal.
Okay.
Prior, you wouldn't have noticed it, as you wouldn't have been privy to what that symbolism was, but now that you've seen it prior, now you are a little more aware of what's going on here.
Well, we should be on our way. This is going to take some time, as our path through the city is not one of direct route, as you could understand.
Agnella explains to you all.
I'm sure you're aware of how much time it took to get to your prior location with the Sonnet, but this one is even more a bit obtuse, if you will. We have to make sure that only those who we wish to know of our dealings. And they gather you all up and then begin to escort you out of the flagrant flocks, taking you all down one of the canal streets, heading from here. You can see on the overland map here, they begin heading due east, but they make an abrupt step down into one of the side streets, and similarly they kind of look around, making sure they're not being clocked by anyone, or there's anyone passing through that might see, as they
grab one of the rings on a grate at their feet and lift it up. You notice that there's a lock on it, but the lock isn't actually locked through the device against the stone and the masonry below. That it was just there for show. That it was just there to look like it was secured when it truly wasn't. As she lifts open this grate. Hurry up, everyone down. And you can see that there's a ladder going down into a darkened tunnel down into the waterways below.
Floof fearlessly descends the ladder.
Yeah, it does head on down.
Okay.
Yeah, I cautiously, but am willing to go down.
You all descend down, and it seems this ladder is quite a ways down as you make your way carefully through the waterway shaft. And it as you begin to descend, you notice it gets almost oddly narrow as you descend further. And to the point where, like, the ladder itself, and for Dazes and Trash, it's not overly cramped, but for you, Floof, at one point, your shoulders are, for you and Aniela, are almost right up against the outer ring of this masonry as you descend. And as you begin to go down, you begin to smell this strong scent of moving water, as well as a bit of areas of stagnant water and silt that you would get from leftover rains as the leftover debris from that rainfall begins to settle and dry in the sun. It's that same sort of scent as you fall down, as you descend down this ladder, eventually coming to close to the bottom, to the point where there is almost zero light as you find your footing down at the base of this ladder. Dazes and Trash, I believe you both have dark vision. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I can't see.
Aniela steps down, and you hear a as they light a torch in one of their hands. It is a bit dark down here, but come along. As she heads down, and you can see, even with your dark vision, in both directions, dark vision is only out to 60 feet, and once that 60-foot range is obtained, it is just pitch black in both directions of this long, two-sided tunnel structure. Each side has about a 3-foot walk pad, and you notice in the center there's slowly running water, and that you get that same sort of smell. It's not a sewer smell. This isn't a sewer line, at least in this segment, but it is a storm segment. You can smell and you can see with your dark vision that the upper waters are a bit clearer, but down below you see the subtle movement of like sand and silt that's settled to the bottom along this textured brick and concrete that's designed to kind of hold this contaminant so it doesn't continue to stay inside the water and gum up the various pathways that it's intended to take. That it's kind of like a washboard almost. It has that sort of effect to hold the silt as the water passes over it. And then you notice as you're walking along the right-hand side, presumably based on the location you were facing prior, in a west by southwest, or east by southeast. I'm getting my directions all screwed up. Direction, based on where you were all positioned as you came down from the streets above. It's hard to say, but you're assuming probably you descended maybe 50 to 60 feet below the surface.
Okay.
So fairly deep underground at this point. But as Agnella is escorting you with the torch in front, is there anything you all would like to do?
I would once again like to attempt to keep track of where we're going. I don't know if we're gonna go maze like we did with Lucas before, but
Okay. Give me a perception check.
okay. Okay, cool. Nice.
It is damn near impossible at this point as Agnella, moves back and forth through various alcoves and step downs and step ups. You swiftly lose track of what direction you are heading. But you do notice with that 7 similar symbolism marked in various areas in corners, sometimes up above eye view where no one would think to look, like above a 30-degree angle. Sometimes down below at the feet along the edge, you see various odd symbolisms in various areas. And you notice Agnella is clocking these with ease as she is directing you through various passageways in this storm sewer.
Okay.
As you go deeper, you hear that sound of running water that had accompanied you along some of the major storm pathways begin to grow stronger as you notice as she turns to the right in one direction and that firelight kind of turns, you see that there's this steep drop off as the water just goes from a gentle to a quite strong to a downright jet of water over the edge. And you see as they turn and look at you all, be very careful here. Sometimes these areas can get quite slippery. If you fall, you won't survive. And you can look down, and in the same way that previously when you had gotten to the base of this storm sewer where there was just no light past 60 feet, you look down and same thing, your dark vision just terminates into blackness. And you cannot tell how far this cavern falls. And you notice in this area, this large atrium that you're now kind of circling around the outer segment. And this outer segment's about 4 foot. It's a little bit wider for safety purposes, but there is no railing. There is nothing. This was not intended to be any type of safe point of traversal. It was just there for, most likely for construction purposes only. And you notice once you get below where you're walking, that this earth and this rock, that this is natural. This is not man-made in any way. They're just utilizing it to dump off any of the excess water that the city's accumulated. And you hear just this loud, almost unnerving echo in this chamber as you kind of skirt the outer rim of this likely 60 or 70 foot wide or radius chamber. So it's from end to end, your dark vision can't even see the end of the chamber that mimics this side, this almost octagonal chamber, as you kind of skirt along the edge, following the firelight that Agnella is leading you with. As this is going on, does anybody have any questions or would like to know anything else? Or would like to do anything?
I'm just being as careful as possible. Could I maybe see if I can smell anything weird or?
Sure. Yeah, give me a perception check. Same. It's more the same. It's just such a strong scent of, you get the scent of sediment and runoff. In certain segments, as you get towards the edge, you begin to get the pungent odor of not stormwater, let's just say.
Okay.
Not necessarily pure sewage, but likely gray water. If you guys are familiar with it, gray water being not necessarily bathroom water, but like sinks and things used to clean. So, but may or may not contain trace amounts of sewage as well, but not directly intended to be a sewer drain, but is certainly connected in some way. And you begin to get that sense now, Floof, of that this is just basically a dumping, on this side anyway, of this chamber, a dumping ground for an intended sewer line, or at least a gray water line.
Okay.
But nothing really.
Can I pick up?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, can I pick up like a nearby pebble or rock and throw it in? And see
Sure.
If I can hear I doubt I will be able to, but just to see how long it takes to hear anything, if anything at all.
Sure. Give me one more perception check. The 10.
And I
It
cannot
is
perceive today.
with a 10, you throw it down and you hear the sound of the rock hit the sidewall before you hear anything. But you almost can't even tell if it hit the ground or not. Just because of the distance, you can't tell if it very well could have hit the ground, but it's such a distance that you wouldn't be able to perceive it, or you weren't able to tell how far down it went. But you did hear it hit the other side, maybe about 100, 200 foot down.
Wow. Okay.
But you are able to get across with ease as Aniela is leading you all. But that sense of dread walking around this edge, even those who aren't unnerved by heights would even have a bit of reservation going around this outer rim of this chamber. But as you all are now heading deeper and deeper into the bowels of the city, if you will, the deep sewered sections of the city, the strong, pungent odor that you, Floof, would have caught first is now becoming overbearing in this segment.
Okay.
As you are getting closer to one of the undoubtedly one of the main hubs and runoff segments of the sewer for one of the center sections of the city. So if there was any indication of where you might be in the overmap and the surface level of the city, this would be probably the closest indicator now, just based on the heavy smell of sewage moving through this area. And I have a map for you all, at least a somewhat of an indicator. And you can go ahead and you would be on in this location. And again, these are all 5-foot cubes in here where you are now. But you all would be on this far left-hand side, heading to the right over here. But you can kind of drop your tokens in on this right-hand side. As you come through this particular area, the scent of sewage is overpowering, to the point where any distinct smells are being heavily masked in this area. Up Aniela over here for you all. She would be right about there. And you guys would be on this right-hand side, just having come out of that octagonal chamber on the left, off map here.
Where would we get our tokens from?
If you go under that center segment and roll 20, that says journal.
Okay.
There should be a file that says player characters. Just grab yours and drop it on the map. There you go.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, you should have control. But yeah, you would need to stay on the top part of that wall. This is inside the wall here. These gray and reddish sections. You can see there's about a 3 or 4 foot walkway on each side, and then there's about a 5 to 6 foot runoff area. And at this point, this water is dingy brown and all sorts of odd colors, and is quite pungent.
Gross.
Crash, did you manage to get your token on the map?
No.
It's the top right corner of the newspaper.
I just dropped yours in.
Thank you.
You should be able to, there you
Okay.
go. You should be able to move it.
Perfect,
Um,
thanks.
As you all are walking, and moving forward, Aniela's coming to this corner here. The overwhelming scent is oppressive in this area. And the rest of you, as you walk, are unaware as small objects. Water you can see in these areas, even here, is flowing from right to left back towards that main dumping chamber. But you wouldn't begin to notice, even with such low light and dark vision, because the waters themselves are quite deep in this area and moving quite quickly, but you wouldn't begin to notice that there are objects moving against the flow of the water and coming from different directions. The only one who would notice would be you, Trash, as your crossbow that hangs across your back begins to hum and vibrate.
Oh dear. Can I just kind of, as quietly as I can, like motion, like turn around a little bit so they can see, like gesture to the attention of the party?
Sure. Go ahead and give me one. Are you trying to do this silently?
Yes, as much as I can, so that they can like see that visually something is off without making too much noise.
Okay. I believe, let me double check. Your we'll go with Dazes is passive insight here in this particular. So the DC is a 14. I need you to roll a sleight of hand, and you have to beat a 14.
I got a 13 plus sleight of hand, so it's 17.
17. With a 17, you make a motion, and both you, Floof, and Dazes begin to notice. And let me see. You said 17, Crash?
Actually, 17. Because I'm proficient in it, so I have to add it to whatever bonus is shown, or it would have already done that for me.
It would have already done that. So
Okay, so it's 17 total.
Yeah, it's your dex mod plus your proficiency bonus. So whatever your dex is plus 2, and then whatever you rolled. So the total is on your character sheet. That would be the sum total of the modifier.
Okay, perfect, yeah. So 17 total.
17. Okay. So you all would notice this motion, but Aniela is fixated on the front here. And as you all are motioning this, you begin to hear and see bubbles forming in various areas below the surface of this murky, nasty water. Let's see. Floof and Trash, does a 15 hit you?
My armor class is 15, so yes.
And then Dazes, I don't believe a 15 hits you.
Don't think so. No.
Okay.
armor
Uh,
class is 14.
14. Yeah, so it would beat your armor class, and it would meet yours, so it beats it, Floof. And then let me double check. Yeah, it meets hers as well. So everyone except for Floof, you see these bubbles begin to form at your feet. I will give you Trash, since you had the crossbow of warning, I will give you one opportunity, one deck save to try to avoid this. As you all see 4 or 5 nets begin to sail out of the water towards you, weighted down by stones and various scraps of garbage to sling them out over the top of you from the water below. Trash, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
This is backwards. What the heck?
Dazes, you are able to duck out of the way. Floof, you watch as this huge net slings up over the top of you, and you are caught in this net, as is Onyela.
Dex save is 9, 2. My dex save was 11.
You are also caught in the net, and you are. So the 3 of you, all except Dazes, you are restrained in the nets.
Am I unable to rip the net off of me?
Well, at this point, I'm going to have you all roll for initiative.
Okay. That's just a D20,
right? Yes. So your D20 plus your initiative bonus. Whatever that. So yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, my lord.
And let's see. All right. And as you all see these nets begin to sling up from the water, you see these fish-like eyes protrude from the waters, these murky, dingy, sewage-filled waters in all directions around you. As you hear this bubbling, gurgling noise come from all their mouths.
God, the hairlocks.
I wish I spoke that language.
Does anybody speak Undercommon?
No.
No.
Nope.
Right. And you don't understand it. This is a version of Undercommon. Handful more here. More. And then I will put a marker on you guys. Let's see what works for strained here. We'll just go with that, so it's easy to remember. But yes. All right, let's get this initiative order. Crash with an 18. And Floof's got a 15. Dazes is at 5. Guys. I'm gonna assume, yeah, your dex modifier is a +4, correct, Dazes?
Yep.
Using the wrong color. I have a dry erase board that I do initiative on because it's easy to move things around. And I did the wrong color for everything to start with.
That is a lot of fish.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to do this and like pre-roll their stuff, but I couldn't because there were so many of them. Really? Brand new marker's dead?
Oh no.
Mm,
All right. Then I think Crash, you had an 18, and then Floof, you had a 15, correct?
Yes.
yes.
With that, you see these fish-like creatures begin to pop up from below the dirty surface of this sewage-filled water. All of them making this as they either cast these nets upon you or begin to drive out with spears. But Trash, you are up. You are restrained by the net. But if you would like, you can still act. I'm sorry. You can't move and take. I think restrained. It's. My apologies. I should remember this, but I don't. No, I'm sorry. You cannot take actions while you're restrained. But you can make a strength save to try to break out. Or you can make a. Yeah, it's just a strength save because you're surrounded by the net.
Okay.
But given your form, I'll go ahead and give you advantage on the save. I believe you have advantage escaping grapples with as being a plasmoid.
Oh, neither were amazing. One was 10, one was 9. So with the 10, strength. It would just be an 11.
11 just succeeds
Oh,
as you slip out between the loose fitting segments of the net, and you are no longer restrained. But that is your turn to escape the net.
Okay.
As you see the one to your left, as they push out with the spear. They don't move to attack you, but they seem to be trying to corral you as you try to escape this net. But with that, Floof, you are up. You are restrained. You can give me a strength saving throw to try to escape.
Okay.
The 20, you escape with ease as you rip this net to shreds in anger. But that is your turn, but you are no longer restrained.
Okay.
Again, as you see these two fish in front of you, do the same thing. Try to corral you with these makeshift spears in front of you. But with that, the larger of the creatures moves forward. Anger that you all have managed to escape, moving in front of you and you, Trash, and Floof, coming out specifically with a this claw-like implement, this grasping deal, trying to pin you against the wall, and they are going to go ahead and strike out with their pincer staff against you. The first strike is against you, Trash, with a 10 to hit, which I don't think hits.
No.
Right? And
It does
again,
not.
they see that they miss, and the claw just kind of goes around your amorphous form. The other one is going to go after you, Floof. Getting an 18 to hit.
It hits.
Okay. You take 3 points of piercing damage, and you are grappled. You can still attack and move. Or, I'm sorry, you can still attack and take actions, but your movement is 0 while you're grappled.
Okay.
As this pincer-like staff pushes you against the masonry wall, and this creature holds you there, and you feel the teeth digging into your sides around your abdomen. But with that, Aniela looks to these creatures. Damn you, this must be where all of our treasured individuals have gone. Damn you! And you see her eyes go white, and you under the net, she slams the two brass knuckles together in the center of her chest, and you feel this electrical charge begin to ring out as these brass knuckles slam against each other several times, and they are going to rage.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
That is a bonus action, so they can still do it in order to try to break free of this grapple or this restraint. As she now takes her hands and rips this thing apart, flinging this net aside. That'll be the end of her turn, but you can see at this distance, you, Dazes, and you can feel the charge coming off of her body as these arcs of energy are kind of traveling up and down her arms and her legs and her torso, kind of culminating on these brass knuckles, almost like conduits at the end of her fists. She begins to wind up to try to make a strike, but they are not restrained. But yeah, let me double check one thing real quick before I pass things on to... You'll be up next, Dazes. If you have something that you would like to do, give me 1 sec to double check something. Bad DM being bad DM. Let's see. No, they have this. What the hell? Oh, yeah. Okay. And then she is going to... You see that same arcing energy coming off of you, Dazes, and it kind of skips and jumps out of your direction, and you see it kind of push against this creature here as you see this shocking energy trail across its body, and it's going to take a little bit of damage as she ignites this electrical form. You are up, Dazes. You see the one directly in front of you is kind of, takes on this kind of shocked look as the bubbling, gurgling noises that they are making stop as they try to climb out of the water away from the source of this electrical current. Hello?
I'm here.
Did we lose Twalker?
My bad, I was muted.
Oh, okay. you are up.
Sorry about that. Okay, to use the scroll, is that just like a regular action?
Yes, it would be an action, like you're casting a spell.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so would the spell take effect this turn then?
Yes, if you cast it this turn, it'd be an action to cast it. So if you're casting whatever you're casting, it's like you were the same way you're just casting as if it's your spell, but it's already been pre-cast. It's just you're ripping open the scroll and releasing the energy from it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, and is there a way? Let me see. If I use, because it's a 15-foot cone, the one that I have.
Okay.
Would there be a way to like angle it a bit like to the left, so I could maybe get the one in front of me and the one next, like the one in front of Floof?
Yeah, I think
and
so.
Also the one in front of Trash? Or
I would say
much?
no on the bigger guy. But the two, the one in front of you and the one in front of Floof, I would say that you could easily get those ones without hitting your companions.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll do that.
Okay. The DC for that is going to be a 15, since it was Catherine who cast it into that scroll.
Okay.
So it is what save? Dexterity, strength,
Dex.
dex. Okay.
Dex save. Mm-hmm.
I don't think these guys have. Oh, okay, that makes this easy. They both fail. So go ahead and roll the damage for the spell and let me know. Let me know what that is.
Okay, it says it's a 3d6.
86, so 13. So describe to me how this fire sprays out. These creatures are scorched, but they are still standing, but just barely. They are heavily wounded by this blast of fire.
Okay. I guess I just went with acid just because it fits, because we're all acid-based kind of, but...
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
okay, you can
like
choose the element of it.
Yeah.
Me-
It's just like a splooge of green liquid, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Let me double check something real quick. I don't think they're resistant to it, but they are not. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to double check and make sure that they weren't resistant to acid, but they are not.
Okay.
So you see this spray of acid as you cast this spell. There's this as this acid sprays out from your mouth as if coming from the source of a dragon's maw, all over these creatures, searing their flesh as they scream out in this guttural, bubbling voice. They're both still standing, but just.
Okay. And this says that casting time was a bonus action.
Oh, it's a bonus. Okay, then you still have your action.
I do not know what to do with my regular action. I guess I'll just... I don't know, I guess I'll just try to quarterstaff one of them in the face.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That's a nice roll.
There you go.
The 26 you hit solidly. Are you hitting the one in front or the one to the left?
I hit the one in front of me.
Okay, go ahead and roll for damage.
That was a nat 20. Should I roll crit damage? I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, yeah, you would roll you would roll it as a crit. So what you roll the dice and you double the dice that you roll and then add your modifier to that.
Okay.
So if it's
Okay.
1d8 or 1d6, you double that.
Here, I can choose to roll it as crit damage, so
There you go.
I might double it. Okay.
A 9, you crush this thing's skull as it as this corpse just drips and falls into the murky water, and you see it begin to slide away off towards the falls into the cavern below. But with that, is that all you would like to do?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
Cool.
Next, the fishman creatures all begin to as they shake their nets and their spears. The two or three in front of you all here, and then the one beside Onyella, their nets are all but torn to shreds as you had escaped them. These ones are going to... this one here is going to move up to you. Dazes is going to try to surround and throw another net at you. Getting a 14 to hit. I don't believe hits.
Is that versus my AC or?
Yeah, against your AC.
Okay, my AC is 18.
Yeah, so it doesn't hit. As you see the net, you duck out of the way as it slams against the wall, and he begins to pull it back towards him for another relinquish of the net. And this one is going to try to sling their net against Onyella as this one moves to try to flank. Grabbing her in the net again. trying their darndest to restrain this angry colossal woman covered in electrical currents, trying to use the joint effort of these two to pin her down against the ground. As you see her kind of go to one knee, but you see the energies beginning to course over her body as she is trying to push against this makeshift net. But she is restrained. And then this one here, this one behind her, is going to try to pull against that net and drag her into the water. Let's see, what would her... not successful, unfortunately, just unsuccessful to drag her as she drives one of her fists into the ground, and you feel the shockwave go down against the stone as she uses that as a fulcrum to keep herself afoot and not get pulled into the water with these fish creatures. And then these ones, this one here, that had you restrained, Floof, is going to try to hit you with a spear. Because you are restrained, it does have advantage.
Motherfucker.
Getting a 15 to hit.
My armor class is 15.
Okay. You take 7 points of piercing damage as the spear drives into your thigh. As it tries to take you down and pin you down to the ground, trying to do the same thing from earlier. As you see it, now that it has made a strike and restrained you with this net, is beginning to try to pull you into the water. But not on this particular turn. Or I'm sorry, the other one is restraining you, and you can feel the pincer claws beginning to pull the other way as they're jointly going to try to pull you into the water. And that's exactly what this guy is going to do. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
The 9, you feel the force of this claw grip tightly against your waist as you are dragged into the water.
No.
Ah!
As you feel the two of them working together to try to pull you down into the water. And this water, not only does the scent assault your nostrils as it surrounds you, but you feel that this water is way more viscous than just your normal drinking water as debris flows in all directions. And this one here is going to try to strike out against you, Trash. Getting a 10 to hit.
Misses.
All right. And with that, Trash, we are back at the top of the round with you. As you see Floof get dragged in by this larger creature.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot. Is Panda in here in this fray with us?
Did you keep them? Well, you would need to summon them. If you want to say that you summoned them previously, that's fine with me.
No, I mean that's okay. I just forget like how that works. So
whenever you take a long rest, because you would be incapacitated, they would vanish. So unless you resummon them, I don't know if there's a time limit on how long they can be out. But generally, when you take a long rest, that's a time of incapacitation. So they would disappear at that point.
Okay. So I just have to be more mindful, like to announce that when I'm traveling.
Right.
Nice. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, they're not here then. Yeah, I will just aim at the nearest one and try to hit them with my crossbow.
Which one in particular? The one to your left, the guy in the center, or the one on the or whichever? They're all within range of you, with the exception of this one.
Yeah, I guess maybe so that Floof could maybe find a way to climb back up the wall? Because where did he get dragged to? Like where?
It's hard to see from here. You see the form of this larger fish-like creature in front of you. Drag him in with the pincer, and they had just gone below the water, so he's probably 1 or 2 feet, roughly in front of you, down below the water, as this one is attempting to drag him from below, while the other one is pulling down as well with a net, the one to the right.
Okay. I'll say I'll just try to hit the one that I see directly in front of me.
Okay.
And try to hit it with my bow.
Okay.
That might not be good enough. That was 9 plus 6, so 15.
15 hits. Go ahead and roll for damage. As the bolt strikes true into the back of this creature.
There's 1d8 plus. Oh, Jesus. Just dropped it. Okay, so that was a 5 plus 4, so 9.
9 points of damage. It strikes true into the right shoulder of this creature, making it a bit more difficult for them to try to hold on to the pincer claw that's now gripping on Floof.
I don't really think there's much I can do, so I guess that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Floof, you are down below the surface of the water, feeling this claw gripping and dragging you down to the bottom, feeling the water rushing against you, trying to pull you back towards that cavernous area that you had entered from. You can go ahead and give me... Well, you are grappled, but you are not restrained. You still have your action, and then at the end, you can use your action to try to break free from this grapple. Right now, your movement speed is 0.
Okay. Yeah, I'm flailing around in this water, and I'm gonna try and just get out of this grapple.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a strength. No, you would give me a athletics or acrobatics, opposed to their athletics or acrobatics.
Okay.
You break the grapple.
Oh, baby.
24. You rolled a natural 1. As you break free, twisting to the right, snapping the end off of this pincer claw, you are no longer grappled, and you do have half your movement because you're below the water, so this is difficult terrain. You're about 10 foot under the water right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of the water. I'm gonna go to the opposite side, though.
Okay.
Hoping to maybe that they're distracted by the rest of the party, so I could kind of regain my bearings, so I could do something next round.
Okay. You are out of the water. You are now on the surface. Dazes, Trash, you see Floof come out of the water and drag himself up to the surface angrily. The end of this pincer staff still wrapped around his waist with the wooden rod snapped off at the end of it. I wouldn't have broken it had he not rolled a natural 1. But he rolled a 1. But with that, is there anything else you would like to do, Floof? I believe you still have your bonus action, but...
Oh, wait. Let me see.
You have used most... I think you have like 5 foot of movement.
I will... when the spell ends... So, because I do have a healing spirit.
Okay.
I'm thinking about using it, but if they come... So far, we haven't seen them come up. I haven't seen them, I don't think, come up on the surface, so I'm going to hope that none of them do, and I will cast my healing spirits.
Okay.
to get some life back in me.
Okay. Can you put that into the chat? I believe it lasts multiple rounds.
I clicked on something. I don't know if I should have.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, 60 foot. Area of effect, 5 foot. Okay, so it's a 5 foot cube, and you drop it on top of yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it say how long it lasts?
Let's see. Until the spell ends.
I believe it's concentration and it lasts multiple
Concentration
rounds.
up to 1 minute.
Okay, so it would last 10 rounds. So you could cast it again and keep healing yourself as long as you stay within the 5 foot of the healing spirit.
Okay.
So for right now, you gain 1 point of healing from the healing spirit.
Woo, baby. Okay.
But next round, if you're still in the vicinity of it, as long as you're maintaining concentration, it will heal you again up to 10 times.
Okay.
Because each round is 6 seconds, so a minute would be 10 rounds.
Okay.
Okay. With that, the hunter turns to you angrily. Just below the surface of the water, you can see the yellowy eyes staring up at you, but nothing more. As you see bubbles begin to discharge and gurgle up from the surface. And they are going to... Well, they snap their staff. You see, just below the surface, they're going to... Really shitty job of hiding. And then they're going to try to going to try to leap out of the water and bite at you. Doing much better with that one, getting a 20 to hit.
Okay.
Not as much damage as their staff, but you take 3 points of piercing damage as the teeth sink into your calf from below, as they begin to bite down hard on your calf.
All right. I'm going to yell out a little painful but more irritated scream of pain.
And that's the end of theirs. At this point, we move the round to Aniela. She just screams out, and this electrified roar almost emanates from her. She breaks through the net once more. And again, you see this charged bolt of energy sail out. And she targets the creature that had already been attacking. And you see this energy sail out from one of her arms as she stretches out towards it. And this bolt of energy sails in, hits this creature in the chest, and you see it convulse and char as it sinks slowly with no life left in its eyes below the surface of the murky, dirty water. But Dazes, you're up next.
Okay. Where is Floof? Where are you in this, like...
You would see him on the other side of the water.
Yeah, I'm behind Big Murloc Man.
Okay, cool.
Or rather, maybe in front of him.
Okay, so the Dragon's Breath says it lasts 1 minute, so I guess I still have it, right?
Yes. Yeah, you would have it for 1 minute, and you could... I believe it's an action to use it again, or is it a bonus action to use it again?
That's a great question.
Because it's a concentration spell to continue using it.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question. What is my...
I don't think it says. The only casting time it says is bonus action at the top.
Okay.
It doesn't specify for, like, later uses.
Look it up.
Oh, it does say until the spell ends, the creature can use an action to exhale energy
Yeah,
of a chosen type in a cone.
Yeah, so you would forego your action to use it again in another cone.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
So they need to make another deck save.
Yeah, I guess I'm Since I was able to do 2 last time, I guess I'll do the one in front of me and then the one in front of
The one in front of Aniela.
yes, I couldn't remember her name.
All right, so they need to make dex saves. They both fail. One with a natural 1 and one with an 11. So go ahead and roll the damage on them.
Okay.
You cough out this spray of acid once more. 14. These two have not been injured yet, but now they are heavily injured. But they are still moving. Very severely covered in acid. Is there anything else you would like to do?
That's both of my actions. I think I'll stop here, yeah.
Okay. These guys, so I know they've been damaged. All right. They are heavily wounded as the acid sprays all over them as they are unable to dodge out of the way. These are not incredibly dexterous creatures. They rely on ambush and their formations to try to subdue a foe, but it appears they had severely underestimated your ability to fight back. But at this point, their nets are in shreds, so at this point they are simply going to try to stab you with spears. The first one is going to come after you, Dazes, the one directly in front of you. Not even getting close. The other one's going to stab out at Aniela at advantage since they're flanking. Stabbing her. Let's see. All right. Aniela, you see this spear sail out. She's attempting to dodge from both sides. But this creature sails out and gets her just above the shoulder with the spear sticking deeply into her flesh. But she doesn't seem to be overly phased by it as she pushes through in anger. But the other one is also going to strike at her from behind. Getting a crit. Again, stabbing her right below the spine with the spear, and she cries out with anger, but continues to hold fast. And then it's those guys, and then the other one beside. Let's see. I think it's going to come after you, Trash, as it was focused on you previously. Not even coming close to hitting as the spear sails wide and slamming against the rock wall on your left.
Nice.
With that, we are back to the top of the round with you, Trash.
Do we get some sort of flanking bonus because of me and Floof?
You would.
Heck yeah. Okay.
So, well, you are, if you're attacking with a ranged weapon, would be at disadvantage because you're directly adjacent to it. But because of the flanking, it would be offset, so it would just be a normal roll.
Okay. But if I move, then they get an attack of opportunity?
If you move, yes, if you move out of melee to anywhere that your ranged weapon, you would lose your flanking bonus anyway.
Okay. I guess I'll just roll. No, 19 plus...
19 hits.
Well, plus, so it'd be like 25.
Yeah, 100% hits. As you have Floof to act as sort of a backboard to center your shot, you shoot directly into the spine of this creature. I'm assuming you're shooting the one in between the two of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll for damage.
So, that was... I'll take it out. So, what was it? 6, 5. And damage, I rolled... say 7 plus my damage plus 4, so 11.
11.
Nice.
Solid shot as you drive the arrow deeply into the spine of this creature. As it cries out and turns its head towards you slightly, feeling the bolt sail into its back. Anything else you'd like to do?
Make a mental note to learn Undercommon. That's my turn.
That's a good mental note.
All right.
Undercommon isn't related to deep speech, is it?
No, deep speech is different. No, yeah, deep speech is from the one of the outer lying planes of existence. It is
Okay.
yeah, it's more a language of abominations and demons.
Oh well, let's hope we never have to use those.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to do, Trash?
No, I think that's my turn.
All right, Floof, you are up. You're staring down the sights of this muscly fish creature who was previously biting at your calf.
Okay.
You can also roll for healing as well if you'd like.
I was just gonna ask that, and I did want to also ask, what is my? Wait a second. My spellcasting ability modifier.
Your spellcasting ability modifier is your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus. So it would be a +4, +2, so +6.
Okay, so all right.
Also, last turn I forgot to ask you for a concentration check when the creature damaged you, so I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw to see if you can maintain the spirit.
Okay, let's do that.
You just have to beat a 10. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You hold concentration on healing spirit. Healing spirit, I think it heals you for how much per turn?
1d6.
1d6. So yeah, you can just in the side of the chat, you can go to that dice that's right above the question mark and just roll 1d6. It's on the left-hand side, I believe. Or you can just hit /R space 1, the letter D, and 6, and it'll roll it. There you go. So you get 3 points of healing.
Okay, that's nice. All right. Let me 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. So yeah, my one knee maybe. I'm just kind of getting a second wind from this healing, and I'm pissed at this guy in front of me. So, of course, I'm going to attack him with my spear.
Okay.
Plus my +1 spear.
Go for it.
Okay.
And you do this at advantage because you're flanking.
Okay. Oh.
That's with advantage?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
It
12.
rolled.
Go ahead.
It rolled off the 20 onto a 2.
Oh, no. Yeah, unfortunately, a 12 does not hit as your spear sails just wide as the creature ducks down into the water, gearing up for another strike against you. You still have or is it a bonus action to do the healing?
It was a bonus action as a spell.
Okay.
I think maybe so. Last turn that was that. The only other bonus action I have is 2 weapon fighting.
Right, which you wouldn't do with a spear.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a weapon in your other hand. So yeah,
Okay.
you wouldn't be able to use that feature currently.
Okay, I bow my head in frustration and sit in my healing mist.
All right. With that, the hunter looks you down from below as they strike up again to bite at you. Missing completely this time as you are prepared for their strike. Wait, I'm sorry. They have one more strike against you. You have multi-attack.
Okay.
Check this. 2. That misses too, as you are more than prepared
Nice.
this time. But at this time, on Yellow, you see the anger in her eyes as she turns towards the creature directly in front of her, swinging out her muscular arm directly on top of the skull of this creature. Let's see. Certain modifier here. Oh, yeah. She comes down hard on this creature. Yeah, max damage, and splatters this thing into fish sticks all across the adjacent wall.
Let's go.
Nice.
And then turns to make another strike against the creature behind her, almost like a stretching out her arm, the one that she had driven into the previous creature. She stands up straight and in the same motion swings her arm sideways and slams the brass knuckle against the creature's face against the wall behind her. Just hitting as this creature attempts to duck, but takes the backside of her muscled arm and the electrically charged fist against the wall. Ooh, and ooh. Not downed, but you can see the front part of this creature's skull is all but crushed as this greenish, blackish ichor blood drips out as it cries out in pain. Sure, here. This one. Okay, that was the one. And it's the one behind. Is all but destroyed, just barely standing, and that'll be the end of her turn. And we are at Dazes.
I mean, I guess I'll just acid spread the one in front of me again, or acid dragon's breath.
Okay. What is the? Go ahead and roll the damage, because even if they succeed, I don't think this creature's going to survive.
Yeah, it's just half damage on a failed.
Yeah, go ahead and roll the damage.
Right. That's this.
Not, yeah, even if they
damage.
succeeded, they wouldn't survive it. As you cover this creature with acid, and it sinks below the surface in a pool of bubbling flesh. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I guess I can still move, huh?
Yeah, you still do have your movement. This one here would get an opportunity attack if you moved out of the way, but I would say I would give you half cover because you are around this corner here, but technically within melee.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about moving. It's all right.
I mean, you would have an AC of 20 because you have half cover, so I mean, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, okay, so can I get across the water gap?
What direction are you going? 'Cause I think you have a swim speed, so it shouldn't matter. It won't slow you down.
Right. So maybe
You're
like here.
Yeah, with ease. You have a swim speed, so it wouldn't cost you extra movement to get across the water.
Okay.
I would say with your monk abilities, you could walk or run across the water with ease.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and try that.
All right. I will give him an attack of opportunity, but the likelihood that he's going to hit a 20 is pretty... not even close.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he got like a 10 total.
All right.
Yeah, you still do have your movement. You used your action. You have your bonus action.
I don't know if this. Okay, so no, I guess that doesn't count. So does the The Dragon's Breath, does that count as an attack action or no?
Yes, it does use your attack per the spell's reading.
Okay, because Flurry of Blows says after you take the attack action, I can spend a key point to do more, but I didn't do like a
It just
melee
says attack. Yeah, does it say melee attack or just attack action?
It just says attack action.
I'll allow it. I'll
Okay.
allow it for some cool monk shit.
All right.
Yeah, if you want to burn a
Oh,
key
yeah.
point and flurry of blows this guy.
All right. Yeah, I'll do my 2 unarmed strikes then.
Okay, go for it. Show me the first one.
There's the first one.
Yeah, that one hits. Go ahead and roll the other one, and then we'll count for the damage.
Okay.
That one misses, unfortunately.
Okay. So I'll just roll the 1 damage.
6 bludgeoning. Right. You make the first strike, but the second the creature ducks down back into the water. But it is looking bloodied, this larger creature. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, that's gonna be it for me.
All right. At this
Mark my
point,
key points before I forget.
At this point, the 2 remaining creatures, or 2 smaller remaining fishmen, you hear them, and you see them from where you're standing, Dazes, Floof. You would see them looking back and forth, and this one is going to try to escape by ducking under the water. Both Trash and Floof, you would get an attack of opportunity as it attempts to flee from below the water, but you are in melee range with it.
Okay. So I just try to attack it at a disadvantage?
No, this would just be a regular attack. Well, no, yeah, it would be a disadvantage because of your bow.
Okay.
That would
Or
be
I
your...
could just, I guess, use a melee weapon. and
Yes, a
it'd be
melee
regular?
wouldn't be at disadvantage.
Okay. So if I just try to attack it with my dagger kind of thing?
Yep. Yeah, you'd be fine with a dagger.
It's, I think my dagger uses dexterity?
Yeah, it would be your dex plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay. So that is a 20 to hit.
20? Yeah, 20 hits entirely. Go ahead and roll for damage.
4, so it's 2 plus 2, so 4.
4 damage. Okay. Strike as you drive your dagger down just below the eye of this creature.
All right. And I'll do it with my spear then.
Yep. 20 hits solidly. Go ahead and roll for damage. As you drive your spear up below the maw of this creature.
Okay.
Are you using both hands or just one?
I'll say just one.
Okay. Creature is bloodied, but it is still moving, and it is going to try to swim away down here. But on yellow, Dazes and on yellow, you are going to have attacks of opportunity as well as this thing tries to flee. So he gets right about there.
Oh boy, okay.
Fuck them
I'll
up.
go the other way.
Do some sick monk shit.
Alright, I'll go with the quarterstaff attack, or just normal quarterstaff attack, I guess.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
20 hits solidly. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. Oh, it's the D6.
That's
So-
just enough as the staff comes down and cracks across this thing's skull, and it floats or sinks to the bottom of the channel.
Rip.
Probably good because on yellow missed badly. She slipped on some doo doo. But yeah, this one is no more. Let's see. This one is going to try to run and get out of here, but it is going to get plastered across the wall in the same fashion. Just this spray of fish guts across the wall as Aniela slams her fist again against the wall by straightening her arm, allowing the momentum to crush this thing, nearly separating the head from the torso. But with that, we're back up to the top of the round with Trash. The only thing remaining is this large hunter creature.
Okay. I would just do, if I were to use my crossbow, it would just be because flanking, but then disadvantage.
It'd just
so
be
it'd just
a
be a
regular
straight roll.
Yeah, regular roll.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I'll go for it. Oh, that was my first bad roll. That would be a 5 + 6, so 11.
11, unfortunately, is not enough. As the bolt
Yeah.
goes wide and nearly hits Floof on the other side of the wall.
Oops. I'm like, oops, I'm sorry.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think that is it. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Nothing else.
Floof, you are up.
All right, I will take my healing for my mist real quick. Let's see. I got a 1.
1. Getting to it.
Yep. Yep, still pissed, still frustrated, and I want this thing dead, so I will attack it with my spear.
Okay. Go ahead and show me the spear. 25 hits solidly. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay.
6. Drive the spear into this creature again. It's still going. It's bloodied, but it's still going.
Okay. I will stay in my mist and just hang out.
Okay.
Catch my breath.
As you pull your spear back out of this creature, it cries out angrily as it reaches for its waist, and there's this vial against its waist of this ichor black liquid, and it slams it up against the roof of the channel, and this cloud of covering ink sails out and mists all over the corridor around as they attempt to duck down into the water and flee. You all would get attacks of opportunity, but they would be done so with disadvantage as this creature is attempting to run below the water surface.
Okay.
That's with disadvantage? Floof?
Yep.
Okay. Still hits. You can go ahead and roll for damage.
Let's go.
As you manage to sink your spear in. 8? Right. We'll just go Trash. You can go next if you'd like. But this would definitely be a disadvantage, both because of the flank. It wouldn't offset the double disadvantage.
It doesn't matter what weapon I use then, regardless, it'll be a disadvantage?
Yes, because you cannot see this creature, so you're just swinging blindly at it as it tries to flee. You're surrounded by this cloud of black ichor and ink that was sprayed all over the tunnel.
Okay, so at disadvantage was 8 plus 6 is 14.
14 still hits.
Ooh.
As you also managed to sink your dagger in. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. Sorry, I was using my crossbow for that. Is that okay?
Oh, that was your crossbow. Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay. So for damage, 7 plus 4, so 11.
11 damage. This thing is heavily wounded, but still moving.
How is it not dead?
Right?
Alright, let's see how mine works out.
Go for it.
Disadvantage. That's a pretty good roll.
With disadvantage to get a 20? Yeah, absolutely. Roll for damage.
That's a pretty nice roll.
Alright, let's see.
Let's go.
Yeah, just flat roll. Okay.
How do you want to do this?
How do I keep getting kills? Okay.
Let's go.
I did an unarmed strike, so just in case. As it attempts to dive into the water, I guess, I'll like grab it and I'll like lift it up into the air. I don't know. It might be too heavy for me to do that actually, but for the sake of storytelling.
I would imagine that you undercut it and drag it up out of the water as you drive your fist into the lower jaw, bringing it up out of the water.
And then I'll go. And then I'll do like the wrestling move where they like do the backbreaker against the knee.
Okay. I love it. I love it.
And then I'll let its lifeless body fall into the water.
All right. You see it float at the surface back towards the falls, falling into that pit on the far end. It is no more. You see the charging energy that had surrounded Agnella begin to fade as they approach you all. You all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm remaining silent and frustrated looking.
Okay. You still do have your healing if you want to hold the healing spirit. You still have, I think, like 6 or 7 more rounds of it.
Yeah, okay. Let's do this.
Who else got hit? You might be able to share.
Yeah, anybody else can use it as long as they, move out of the way.
I feel like I'm the only guy.
So you got 4. You got 4 more.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, and I'm at full health.
Okay, so you got 2 more. If anybody else wanted to use it.
There it is.
I don't think I got hit, but I don't want to be too.
Did you get hit, Dazes?
I did not.
Okay. Agnella's going to jump over since you're offering. Is going to leap over and what would it be, 6 total for the last 2?
Yeah.
As you see, she took a couple scrapes, but nothing too serious. She's pretty hardy. You can see that she's shown signs of some heavy battle in the past, and that this is nothing to her in the grand scheme of things. But oops, you out of the way real quick here. Don't know what was going on. And you see on one of these areas over here to the a couple of these specifically down here. There's a couple of these bodies that didn't fall off into the water. There's one over here by you, Dazes, and there's 2 more over in this corner that Agnella had dispatched.
You want me to take a look at them?
Yeah, do some investigation.
Okay. Anybody who would like to give me an investigation check is welcome to do so.
Okay.
5.
I see nothing.
It looks like fish guts.
I got
Yep.
19 total for me.
19. Okay. The 19. You notice in one of the pouches of one of these creatures, there are items that seem a bit odd for a creature like this to have. One of them is a small hand-carved figurine that looks like it was almost like a ye olde action figure, like a soldier or a knight, as well as a small brass locket that's been heavily corroded and damaged. But as soon as you pull it out of the pouch, having found it in the remains of this creature, Aniela, you see the look in her eyes fade to horror. And she says, there was a brother and a sister, 2 young children. That's two human children that were being escorted along this route not but a week ago. I recognize that locket. I recognize that carving. The young boy would carry it along with him all the time. He was eager to be a knight one day in the service of the kingdom, but when the two of them began to come to terms and realization with their born gifts, they couldn't control it. And the knights would never allow someone in such disarray of their abilities to join up. I didn't have the heart to tell him. He was being escorted by one of my associates. Those children are still alive. We need to find them. I would hate to think what these creatures have done with them. Never seen anything like these awful things swirling around. Also with a 19, you would notice that there's this little makeshift medallion that was on one of the creatures that was hanging around its neck. It is very crude. It is it almost looks like it's made from various shells of one. The main body of it looks like it's almost like the shell of around the tail of a lobster. And then it's kind of crowned with bits and chunks of a seashell to kind of give it more structure and rigidity as it hangs around this creature's neck. And there's another one of the creatures that has a similar, not quite the same, but a similar looking medallion around its neck. And with that investigation check, you can see that going off direction from where Aniela was directing you all, going further north, there is what appears to be a line of residue heading in this direction, heading north instead of or heading upwards on the map. You don't know which direction right now is north, south, east, or west, but you are heading left to right, following Aniela. But it seems to be like these creatures came from what you right now you would perceive as north.
Sorry, there was a line of... I missed that word.
Residue?
Line of residue.
Like this congealed ichor. Like this mixture of weeds and upon closer inspection, you notice that there is congealed blood. And not the same blood that these creatures were exhibiting after you dispatched them, but you would notice that this is... It's definitely not fresh, but it's definitely not completely blackened and dried blood. It is the blood of some other type of humanoid.
Hmm. Okay. So, I guess sharing all this information with the group, just to ask them if they'd like to, further investigate, or like, I'd like to ask Aniela, um, how long ago was it that these two children were escorted through these tunnels, and what was their what was their purpose? Like, where were they
They were being
trying
taken out.
to?
They were being taken out of the city. They were taken out with their uncle, who was not of magic birth, but wanted to see the children survive someplace else where they could not be a hindrance to themselves and others. He was their only surviving family. It was a pair of twins, a young boy and a young girl.
I see.
Not even a week ago, they had been sent along with one of our conductors.
Well, pointing out the line, would we like to perhaps follow this and see what we find?
I'm staying silent and frustrated.
I'll nod, but I'll like give like the overall choice to Aniela.
A nod of affirmation.
Yeah.
Okay. She takes a hard sigh and looks to you all, but nods affirmatively. I know this is a bit off course, but those children are alive. I won't be leaving here whether you all want to stay or not. I'm going. But to have your help would be much appreciated. As she kind of trudges through the water and heads following the trail that you had pointed out, Trash, to the top part of the map here. But if you all would like to follow, we can continue in that direction.
I will follow.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. You follow the trail of this black ichor, this ooze-like fluid that had been drug in various areas, heading further down this alternate passageway. And as you go deeper, this ichor grows wider to the point where it almost looks like the markings of someone or something being dragged across the surface of the stone. And now the concentration of blood grows ever thicker. And let me go ahead and pull up yet another map for you all. Sec here. Just need to make sure the fog of war is on this particular map. Well, it should be completely black. I haven't revealed certain segments. You all, let's see, be coming from down below here. And as you enter this area, you would see this and that. Go ahead and pull that up. Did that reveal for you guys?
Yeah.
Down in the bottom left?
Yes.
So yeah, if you want to drag your tokens down there, you'd be starting in this bottom portion here.
Okay.
As you see this pooling blood beginning to form and head, well, in this case, northward or towards the top of the map. Where's my... Oh, sorry, I'm on the reveal thing. Heading in this direction.
Okay.
And turning right. Yellow over here as well. Before we go any further, guys, I think now is probably a good point to take a bathroom break and grab some more to drink. Anybody else out there who needs to do so? All right. Now that we are back from break, hope everybody's good to go. We'll continue to play some D&D. You all head north up through this passage, following the trail of increasingly large pools of blood and the drag marks across the surface of the stone, heading up towards the various exits of this passage, one heading continuing to head further upwards and another heading off to the right. The trail seems to head to the right. What would you all like to do?
Which way do we go? I mean,
Can we
I don't
like
know.
peek
I
around
don't have
and
a
like
preference, I guess.
You're gonna try to peek around one of these exits?
yeah, maybe just see if I see anything of interest.
Okay. Specifically show me where you're going.
I guess I will, cause is it that we're trying to like which path does that line of residue is it taking?
It's heading this way. To the right.
Okay. Okay. I'll say I walk like here or maybe like here and try to like peek around the corner, see if I see anything.
Okay. Peeking around this corner with your dark vision, you can see. And there's also a bit of light from some makeshift torches in this area. With your dark vision, you can see even further than that as the dim light spreads in this area. Let me go ahead and reveal. See. These areas here. You see one more of these fish creatures looming just in front of a pair of metal reinforced doors. Standing over this bridge with water on either side, 4 columns holding up the roof above it, stone columns, but this makeshift wooden bridge in between 2 segments of the waterway, moving up and down into this chambered area. You see various broken up cargo crates and collections of trash and debris that this creature or creatures have accumulated all over. And this blood trail seems to head in this direction, heading here and here and here and through these metal reinforced wooden doors.
Okay. Can I do that thing, with where I turn around and I'm just gesturing, like I do the fish face, like where I put my hands up to my face. I do the
Sure.
hills. I'm like
I
one
would-
fish person
I
over
would
there.
I would assume at this point, you know, you all are being a lot more cautious than previously, having just encountered a group of these creatures trying to seemingly capture and drag you away, and you begin to see the modus operandum of these creatures, that perhaps they weren't trying to just outright kill you, but you get the sense that they were trying to restrain and capture you or something.
And I don't know who amongst us three is stealthiest. Like I'm trying to motion to them so that they are aware there's a fish person there, but I could try to stealthily maybe take them out with my crossbow. But I don't know. But I did at least communicate that I see a fish person guarding a set of doors.
Yes.
Can we take a peek through the other door?
This other exit out here, it's not a door or anything, it's just another
Exit, yeah, no, not door, yeah.
Yeah, sure. You're peek up through this area.
Yeah, is crossing like this walkway here gonna like, you know?
Yeah, give me a stealth check.
Okay.
It's not very high,
If
as
I-
this is quite a distance, and
Okay.
it's only
I was gonna say,
a
if I
brief
cross over
moment.
the water first and then do it, does that make any difference or not really?
Not really, because you're still running into line of sight.
All right.
The
Of course.
10, you're able to step, you know, it's a bit slippery here, and you almost lose your balance as you're jumping across to avoid line of sight, but you are able to move over to this area with ease. Oops,
Okay,
or wherever you would like to be.
And then just like peek up.
From here, you notice that from this distance, you can see there's another exit going deeper down, but there doesn't seem to be any noise. But it appears that there's another maybe little alcove here and some additional walls, but there don't seem to be any additional of these fish-like creatures heading north from where you all are now. The only sign of life is off to the right-hand side, and the trail of blood indicates that direction as well. And it's heading from here. As you would have passed, you would have seen it as well, Dazes, that the trail of blood that you all have been following is heading through these double doors.
Okay, I'll just gesture that there's like no extra fish people in that direction, I guess. And then I guess I'll go here.
Okay. What would you all like to do?
Can I take a wild shape of the fishman?
No, because they are not a beast.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be a beast. These are considered humanoid.
Okay.
I mean, you could wild shape into something smaller, like a frog or some other lizard or something like that.
Okay.
Something
Yeah,
less
I'll-
assuming.
Yeah, I'm gonna let me become. Yeah, let's go with a frog here in the sewer, a moist little sewer area.
Okay. You center the primal energies of your body upon yourself as your form begins to, or better yet, you describe to me how you wild shape.
Okay. So I see Quirky gesture that there's something maybe over there, first person. So I get close, and I want to get closer without being so obviously an enemy. So I put my palms together and just kind of think of a frog, a little green, little bog frog type thing, and
Okay.
I do like a little little 720. I kind of spin around circles for a little bit, and then I shrink down into a frog.
You all see as Floof, the large Goliath form that you've become familiar with now, is shrunken down to this unassuming bog frog, we'll go with, that now sits croaking softly at your feet.
And then I'll kind of look at Trash and Disease, and kind of make sure that they saw. I assume that they clearly saw me do this.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm gonna hop on over. I don't know how far I can go, but kind of.
Yeah, per round. I would say you would get. Are you trying to be stealthy, or are you just trying to be like hide in plain sight as a frog?
I think I'm trying to mimic the motions of a frog, so I'm not trying to necessarily stay stealthy. I'm just trying to look unassuming, maybe stay close to the edge of the water, like I just hopped out or something.
Okay. We'll say you get to about here. Go ahead and give me, as you move through here, or are you trying to go through the water? All right.
No, I'm afraid of water right now because
okay.
I was useless in that fight. So yeah, I'm good. I'm cool on the water.
Okay. You hop out of this area. Go ahead and give me a deception check with advantage in your frog form.
Okay.
You're not necessarily stealthing. You're just trying to hide in plain sight and be assuming. Or unassuming, I should say. The 16. The fish creature you can see at this distance. You all didn't get really a good look at them when they were standing upright before, but most of them had some sort of, stray rags or things like that covering themselves in various strange areas. You see these wide yellowed eyes, the head of a fish, but all of these humanoid-like appendages that, but they have like an amphibic quality to them, or a fish-like quality. The webbed hands and feet. And this one in particular is carrying a spear and has what looks like a chain bolo strapped to their waist, like a chain with two weighted balls at each end for tripping or capturing people. And as you were not like necessarily stealthing, but you're just hiding in plain sight, if you will. You are noticed by this fish creature as it eyes you and kind of moves its head and looks at you and begins to approach.
Okay.
And you hear this. What would you like to do as you see it sort of approaching you? With not necessarily an aggressive stance, but just a curiosity.
I'm going to try my best to act like a frog and just kind of stand still and keep looking at it, but I don't want to make any sudden moves that would make it seem obvious that I'm trying to deceive it. So I'm gonna hold still and just kind of look unassuming and see what he's gonna do about it.
He eyes you intently, and not, like I said, in an aggressive stance, but just a curiosity as he continues to approach, getting right up on you. And then you see him. He's got his spear in both hands, but he kind of motions not with the sharpened end of the spear, but with the butt end of the spear, and kind of pushes it up against you. Kind of in a shoo type manner, as it kind of pushes against you.
All right. I will first leap away from it, but then I don't want it to go in the direction of my friends.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leap maybe up this way, like onto this little barrel or whatever? Or no, this is
that
a
pillar goes from
ravine.
roof to ceiling. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could try to climb it. I mean, if you have a means of, but
Can I jump in the water right here and watch from the water?
yeah, you can try. Go ahead and give me give me a straight dexterity roll, and you would use the frog's dexterity with, I think, I don't know what a frog's dexterity is. We'll say it's like a +2.
Okay.
So you just roll a d20 and add +2 to the roll.
There it is, 21. Almost
21. You leap by it with ease as he kind of shakes the butt end of the spear at you and just as it tries to chase back towards you, towards the water. And at this point, he like spins the spear around and is like trying to bat at you with the spear. Give me a well, I'll just roll against your he misses wildly as he's trying to swing at you, because you are a very small creature, and he isn't very dexterous himself, but he does jump in the water beside you and tries to give chase. What would you like? Oh, while this is going on, what are the rest of you doing?
I was gonna say, while he's distracted, is there a chance that I could try to sneak in and maybe like get it like a surprise attack on him if he's not paying attention to the door anymore?
Yeah, give me if you're trying to sneak up on him, give me a stealth check.
Yeah, like I would say I would be just trying to stealthily like get myself into like this space, maybe like behind the barrel or something like that.
Just into range.
Yeah, so that I can get in range with my crossbow, but
Okay.
take him out while he's distracted.
Yeah, Aniela, not being the most stealthy individual, is kind of following your lead. Dazes, what are you doing while this is going on?
Can I do similarly as Trash, but this way instead?
Okay. All right.
And try to attack with my dart, I guess.
Okay. I'm going to need stealth checks from both you and Trash as you kind of get into position to make the surprise attack. If you're successful, I'll give you all a surprise round against this creature.
Mine is not amazing, but mine's 15.
15? Okay. 15 and 18. With those rolls, you are unseen by this creature, as its entire focus is on Floof the bog frog at current. So if you would like to make your attack, you can do so with advantage.
Nice.
So.
Oh gosh, did I need that advantage? Okay. The first roll is a 3.
With advantage, you said, right? Okay.
Yes, with it. You're using your dart, your ranged attack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. .24, you hit solidly. Go ahead and roll for damage.
That advantage, the other one was a 1.
And with a 20, yes, you absolutely hit. So go ahead and roll for damage. 6. Okay.
Mine was 8 for damage.
8. Okay. Both shots sail and ring true. This creature. It both solid hits, but this creature is not quite downed yet. It is struggling to get out of the water as blood's pouring from the 2 wounds from the dart and the crossbow bolt. But you see them try to drag themselves up out of the water. At this point, they notice something's up here, and they've been attacked. But is there anything else you would like to do? You have one more round before they tried to cry out.
Recognizing that my allies here got some attacks in, and that I'll probably be useless if in frog form, I'm gonna come out of it, and I'm gonna hit him with my spear.
Okay. Go ahead and go for it. You are within melee range, and you drop your frog form as you push away you see the volume of the water as you wild shape. You drop your wild shape, and it pushes away the water as your Goliath form takes center stage once more. As you, all in one motion, bring the spear down on this creature. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Let's go.
A
Natty.
crit. Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead and
yeah.
describe to me how you dispatch this creature. 'Cause it
All
won't
right.
survive what you're about to do.
Hell
All right.
yeah.
So I just splashed out of the water, but the water's still up in the air. I'm back in my form. I have my spear, and before the water could even fall from the sky back into the ground, I impale it with my spear in his back, and then I'm gonna slam it. So the spear goes through his heart, and I kind of twist it midair and just slam it back down on the ground with the spike side down, so his body hits the ground and his body slides down the spear, and then a full second later, the water that splashed upwards when I changed form hits the ground.
Love it. I love it. This creature moves no more as you dispatch it swiftly and silently. You are seemingly unseen as you are left outside these double doors, seeing the trail of blood leading through the reinforced doors. What would you like to do?
Before we go through these doors, can I just go, I guess, just to see if, like, this area here
Sure.
has any more, like, pathing or whatever, just to get, like, a little bit more lay of the land.
Yeah, you're able to silently, with relative ease, go through and view that there are other passages leading off from this area. And Floof, you would see this as well with the relative dim light, at least to a certain degree. There are passages leading here, but none of them seem to be well traveled or cluttered or lived in like the one that you're looking at now.
Can I use any kind of smell sense or anything to just kind of see if I smell any of the other people around, or is it too pungent down here for me to get a smell for anybody?
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
With a 20, even through the pungent smell, you get the same scent, having been around these fish creatures, that you smell a strong scent of more of these creatures through those doors. The scent getting ever stronger as you fall, and it confirms the trail of blood leading through the doors.
Am I able to perceive how many there are?
No, yeah,
Okay.
not yeah. I wouldn't say with that roll you would, if you had gotten like a nat 20
Yeah.
maybe, but no,
Yeah, sure.
it would
All
be
right.
yeah, it wouldn't be enough for like your sense to determine how many.
All right. Well, as quietly as possible, I'm going to kind of wave my arm in the air, so hoping that Trash and Disease see me, and just kind of pinch my nose and point at the door, like they're suggesting that there are more of them over there.
The other thing that you would get with that roll as well, Floof, is the strong scent of blood.
Okay. I'll
And not just a small amount, a large amount of blood.
all right. As clumsily as I would, I'm gonna kind of pat at some blood from the previous battle where I got stabbed and bitten,
Okay.
and gesture, like open my arms, like there's a lot of blood over there too.
What would you all like to do?
Yeah, I don't know if we have that many options anymore. There's only one place to go, I feel like.
Yeah, can I like just get to the door, just make sure it's not like booby trapped or I guess like
Yeah, sure.
anything like that.
Yeah, you approach the door, and we'll just keep your stealth roll from earlier. As you stealthily approach the door, give me an investigation check.
That was 19 plus station ID is 22.
22. Doesn't appear to be booby trapped. Doesn't even appear to be locked.
Okay. So I will stand there kind of crossbow drawn and wait for the rest of the gang.
You all see a signal from Trash that it's safe to approach with caution.
I cautiously approach.
Me too.
Okay. You see the reinforced doors. From this distance, you can tell that this was likely some sort of maintenance sector in these sewers. Some sort of means for like a repair crews or overnight crews to store materials needed to maintenance any type of masonry work that needed to be done, any type of underground stuff. But you can see from just some of the stuff that clearly isn't drug around or covered in goo that probably hadn't been used in quite a lot of time, that these sectors probably didn't require a whole lot of maintenance. So this area has become relatively under disarray, and that these creatures may have just made it their home, as it was easy to do so with no one to stop them. But the doors are shut. You do hear at this distance, all of you, quite a bit of movement on the other side of these doors.
Well, I mean, there's only one way in, right?
From what you can see, yes.
I guess the only question is, should we go in guns blazing?
I shrug and and kind of make some eye contact with everybody. Just like, what are we doing?
Aniela
so-
at this time looks at you all. We're going to do this. I'm ready either way, but I leave it to your discretion. I've never seen a situation like this, but she, kind of cracks her knuckles. I'm ready for whatever.
Well,
Checking my stuff. Oh, with my touch of death, gonna get my +7 HP.
Oh, yeah, your
out
temp HP?
before.
Yeah. You can go ahead and add that.
Probably a good time.
You see that the doors are not locked. You can attempt to peer through, or you can simply go in guns blazing. It's up to you.
We have to crack it open to peer through, right?
Yes, it is shut right now.
maybe like a stealth check to not get caught.
Yeah, stealth or sleight of hand. Or if you had some other means of circumventing around the locks or things of the door.
What are my rules with wild shape? Can I only do that like?
You can do
That
it a
one
number of times equal, I think, to your proficiency bone. Double check. I forget. I think it's a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus at this level. And it's any type of beast that's below the CR rating of the level that you're at. Yeah, it's per proficiency bonus. You've used one, and it's per short rest. So if you were to take a short rest, you would get your uses back. But you have used one of your uses when you transformed into a frog. But you do have one more use.
Can I see any cracks underneath, or is there a keyhole or anything?
There's a keyhole, but there's no light coming through it, and there is a small crack under the doors.
And there's no light coming out of it, so it could be dark in there.
There's a bit of light coming under it, under
Okay.
that door, but it's kind of mixed between the light of the torches that are on either side of the door on your side. So it's not like a super bright light, but you can see that there's a bit of shadow mixed with the crack of light under the doors.
Okay, so I'll be able to see in there if I get through. So you know what? I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna whisper and say, "I'll look inside," and I'm gonna turn into a spider.
Into a spider. Okay. Again, you all see the large Goliath form of Floof twist and configure down until this tiny arachnid sits at your feet. And you are a spider. And you can see now the light very clearly underneath the door as you are able to kind of scurry underneath the door with ease.
Okay.
All right.
I will crawl to just underneath the door /
All right.
just the other side.
As you crawl under the door, this is what you see. See a number of these fish-like creatures all beginning to chant in this bubbly, gurgling voice. There's a number of masonry stairs going up and down in both directions. And these statues that look like masonry statues they're just there for set piece. But you see on either side of this hallway as you come under the door that there are these awful looking makeshift kind of statuettes that look like they've been put together with scraps of mud and fish bones and various shells and crustacean shells, all to look like this six-legged crustacean with these long like lobster tails hanging off both sides, made of shells. You see at the far end in this big atrium pool tank that would otherwise be used for storing water samples and things like that is entirely filled with blood.
Okay.
And you see an individual with a staff with the head of a lobster-like crustacean on the end of the staff, anointed with seashells and things very much more regal looking than the other creatures all around you that are very similar to those you fought off in the other storm channels. He reaches up both of his webbed hands with the staff in one hand. Oh, my children! And it's a mixture of common and this undercommon-like language that spills out from this creature's mouth. Children, we are here to summon our Lord and Savior, the great Crustacean! And you see all the other fish creatures at the name of this, their deity, all raise their hands in affirmation as they cry out in unison back to this spiritual leader of sorts. We give unto thee the crustacean all the blood. We give unto thee everything. You see now what it is, this awful, heinous ritual that they are trying to sort of undergo with this big pool of blood and these statuette, makeshift idol-like statues on either side. Brothers and sisters, give unto the great crustacean. This is what you see initially, Floof. Just to your right is another one of these large creatures carrying this forked spear made for catching people. All these creatures seem to have nets and things of that nature. And at your feet, as you came under the door, you noticed that with your spider-like legs, you were stepping through a large trail of blood leading right up to this pool. And just behind this spiritual leader, you see hanging over the end of the pool a human man, and his throat has been slit from end to end, and all the blood, he's been somewhat hung over the edge of this pool to allow his blood to drain into this pool.
Oh my god. My 100 little spider eyes all simultaneously widen. And my instincts are to go back and tell the party what I just saw. But the thought crosses my mind. Are Ant-Man rules in D&D? If you know what I mean.
I would give you advantage on stealth checks or trying to be avoided, because you are very small and unassuming by comparison to these, medium and sized creatures. They're not necessarily looking for a spider, and I'm sure there's hundreds, if not thousands, of spiders down here, in any given direction. So I don't think they're necessarily assuming that a spider is here, like a fly on the wall. So if there's something you're trying to do while you're in here, just let me know what you're trying to do.
Would it be possible to crawl onto this closest monster and perhaps enter his ear or something before turning, or whatever hole of my choosing, to then retake my regular form to explode him from the inside?
There's not really a rule for it. I would say you'd probably take a little bit of damage too, but if it's something you want to try, I'm not going to stop you.
I'm trying it. I got to.
Okay. Give me just a regular stealth check using the spider's stealth modifier, which I think is a +4. Okay. So it's just a D20 roll +4.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. You scurry up the side of this creature up towards what appears to be some sort of cranial ear canal. It doesn't really have like traditional ears like what you're used to, but you find a cranial canal of some kind and scurry your way in of this zealous looking spear carrying creature.
All right, I will take my regular shape.
Oh my god. All right. I'm going to say, as you're doing this, give me a Constitution saving throw. And I'm going to say that they auto-fail because they can't move if you're in their head. But we'll see whether or not how much damage you take in the process of this.
Okay. Not a great roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you take a pretty sizable amount of damage doing this. As you drop your wild shape. Okay. So this creature surprisingly does not die from that, but takes a grievous wound as you reform into your Goliath form. The side of their face and skull are obliterated from one side. You are going to take 16 points of bludgeoning damage, but they are going to take severely more.
Okay.
But you do take 16 points of bludgeoning damage in the process of shaping. And you are pushed to the side of this creature. Go ahead and mark that they've taken damage. At this point, whoops, take the marker off of you. Oops, I'll put that wrong one. Mark. So. All right, they are very bloodied by this, but they are still standing as they are a large, heavy creature. Just to give you an idea, I rolled 8d6.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, boy.
It was like this. It was the equivalent of a fireball. I couldn't think of anything better. And you took half of that.
Fair.
Had you succeeded, you would only taken a smaller percentage of it, if any. But because you failed, you took half of that damage.
Had to try.
But as you reform and you now stand around all these creatures, they all Intruder! Seize them for the great crustacean! And you all on the other side of the door hear this shouting and screaming and gurgling. You have one surprise round as Floof has basically now blown your cover. What would you like to do?
Probably our cue.
Yep. We hear some commotion. We're running in.
All right. You all run in through the doors. You can go ahead and position yourself within 10 feet of that door. And I will give you... Go ahead and... yeah, you would be on the other side of that door. Trash. Somewhere. You could be... Yeah. And you could share the space with somebody else because you are a small creature.
I'm like technically in the same space as where Aniela is.
Okay. But with that said, go ahead and roll initiative for me. And then I will give you guys one surprise round. Floof, you've already blown yours, unfortunately. As you did blow off half this dude's skull.
Fair.
Way to blow it though.
All right.
Yeah, none of us technically saw that, but as a player, that was cool as fuck.
Yeah.
I literally was like, I have never had somebody try to do that, but I'm cool with it. Let's do this.
Or I guess we might be saying when we walk in, I guess we see Floof covered in fish
Completely.
guts.
Yeah, you see Floof absolutely covered in the side of this creature's fish guts.
Can I do a little dog shake, and kind of shake the blood off me?
Right. It is quite the sight. Let's see. What do I call this guy? Oh yeah, now I was like, I remember I gave this guy a name. You all see, and then you kind of see this. My disciples, come to me! Save your great crustacean! Heed the word of High Priest Plasmoid!
Fluff mud.
You don't know what Pluff? You've never heard of Plasmoid?
No,
guess that's
but
just
I
the
like
South.
name.
Plasmoid is the nasty, like brackish water, mud, and dirt and debris that's on the side, like where the ocean and fresh water meet, and it is the stinkiest crap. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Oh.
It's I think if you've ever been around the Gulf Coast or anywhere in the southeast, you've probably experienced it at least once. Because it's usually like under this salty crust from the water, and if you break through that crust, like you will get it is like concrete when it dries, and it stinks. It's so bad because it's full of like fish guts and all sorts of like sea debris that's dried up on the shores and solidified into this like thick, like clay like mud. It's really bad.
Gross.
My crossbow is my new best friend.
Okay. And you two do have a surprise round, so if you want to go ahead and do that now, Trash, you are up. What would you like to do?
I will, seeing the bloodied, weakened looking one,
Okay.
I'll try to hit that one.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry, I'm just trying to see. I thought you're under on yellow. Got it. I'm just gonna move her here.
not amazing. That was +6 is just 13.
13 just hits.
Nice.
My God.
These are not heavily armored creatures.
Okay, I got an 8 on a D8.
Okay.
So 8 plus 4, so 12.
12. Yeah, absolutely. You make a solid shot against this already wounded creature. They are not looking good. Are still standing.
Alright, I guess I'll try to finish it off then.
All right, go for it. Is this an unarmed strike, or are you attacking with your staff? Oh, with staff.
Oh, it's a staff, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, that hits. Are you attacking with both hands or just one?
Just the one hand.
Okay.
Well, that ended up being a
That better roll. Yeah, this thing is barely standing as you crack it across the other side of its skull, breaking more bone on the opposite side. But it is still standing, but just.
both these things have health.
They're squishy.
Strong boys.
I guess they'd have to survive in all that turd water.
Is there anything else you'd like to do, Dazes?
I'm gonna move here,
Okay.
and that's it for now.
Okay. Aniela is gonna cry out with a rage. Give back those children now! As you see the fists come back together as they slam into each other, and the charge of electricity sparks off and strikes this creature. And that's just enough to do it, as the spark of energy trails off from the striking knuckles, as this creature is just singed with electrical energy and falls to the ground, as Aniela screams out in a bloody rage in all directions, and then proceeds to charge at the group over here to the left-hand side. Going to take some swings. And they are going to attack recklessly.
She mad.
Ooh. Yeah, she is pissed. This one is going to take a good amount. let's see, there's that, and then yep, that one's gonna hit too. Let's see. And that is just enough as 2 heavy strikes with these charged knuckles as she crushes this thing with both strikes. Kill these fish! Kill them! But with that, we are back at the top of the round with Trash. That was the surprise round. Trash, you are back up.
So, now we're looking. I think I'll move a little bit, maybe just so I'm like behind this being like a column.
Okay.
Or like a.
Yeah, it's a floor to ceiling column.
Okay, just to like so I have a little bit of cover, but not that I lose like line of sight with.
Right, I
like,
could say you could easily turn either way to fire.
Yeah, so I'll try to hit the one by the statue, like at the foot of the statue, I guess.
This one or this one?
The one at the bottom,
Bottom?
closer
Okay.
to me. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll to attack.
Okay, so that was 15.
15 hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
So okay. So 11.
11 damage? Yeah, solid hit. This creature is very bloodied, but still standing as the bolt sails solidly into the chest. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nope, that should be my turn.
All right. Aziz, you are up.
I'm going straight for the big boy.
The one at the end?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
That's 35, so that should be fine.
Okay.
And let me see. Alright, I'm gonna do 2-handed quarterstaff.
Okay.
So, oh, that's rough.
A 9, unfortunately, does not hit as they raise their staff up to catch yours. Whoa, somebody's echoing. You good?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Like, why am I hearing myself twice? Is there anything else you'd like to do, Dazes?
Do I have to hit in order to use flurry blows?
No. As long as you took a melee attack, you can use your bonus action to spend a key point and use flurry of blows.
All right, I'm doing flurry blows.
Yeah, you don't have to hit. It's basically just like 2 more attacks. It gives you essentially 3 attacks in a turn.
Nice. All right, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do these 2 unarmed strikes.
Okay.
Oh, that's a miss.
Unfortunately, that misses. 13. Oh, hold on. 13 just hits. Go ahead and roll for damage on the last one.
Finally, damage. All right. Well, you know, minimum damage, but
Damage is damage. It's still on the board. See. How dare you assault the priest of the great Crustacean!
I like the voice, by the way.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm good. I don't think I can. I think I used all my actions anyway, so I'm done.
All right, Floof, you're up.
Okay. So I'm going to walk here first, right next to Trash. And I am going to pat her on the head. And as I do this, I'm casting Spider Climb. I'm hoping that Trash
Oh shit!
will recognize that maybe at the end of her little plasma body, maybe I don't know how it works. Maybe she's got it's like that scene from Spider-Man 1 where she gets little extra climby thingies at the end of her fingers, and I'm gonna point up at like towards the top of this little pedestal she's right by, suggesting that she could climb up there and kind of shoot up from up there and hopefully stay out of range from these guys.
Trash, as he casts this, you feel one of your pseudopods kind of stick to the wall, and you feel this kind of adhesive force, and it begins to make sense what's been done.
So, and I'm gonna kind of recenter I'm hurting, so I'm gonna back off a little bit and kind of wait here.
Okay.
And here's where I'm unclear of the rule, because can I cast my healing mist again, or is that donezo?
You cannot cast more than one leveled spell in a turn.
Got it.
Unless you had some sort of ability that allowed you to. No.
Okay.
Yeah, you already used your action to cast Spider Climb on Trash. So right now you're concentrating on Spider Climb.
All right. Then I'm going to kind of sit here for a second, take a knee. Obviously wounded from ant-manning that person.
All right. That's your turn. Priest Pluffmud cries out to his followers, "My children, do not forgo the great Crustacean. In his words we find solace." And he is going to cast Spirit Guardians, which, let's see, is going to catch, I think, just you, Dazes, because it's not going to hurt any of his followers. But I need you to... Let's see here. I need you to make a wisdom save for me, please. As these heinous these spectral lobsters begin to circle around you in a 30-foot radius.
That's what happens when you get up in people's face.
That's what happens. Wisdom save, unfortunately, that is a failure. And you are going to take 3d8 necrotic damage.
Ew, necrotic, bro. Okay.
Be 9 necrotic damage as you feel the crustaceans begin to slash across you with their spectral claws in all directions as you stand within the radius of this the spirit guardians of Priest of the Great Crustacean. Also, while you remain in the radius of the spirit guardians, your movement speed is halved.
Okay.
So basically, I wish I have another Spirit Guardians thing for my other campaign, and I didn't put it in here, and I'm dumb. But I will try to add that real quick while everyone else is going. But that is all for them. Shit, of course Aniel is next. God dang it. They're going to rush up and try to do the same thing to this other fish creature.
You said 9, right? 9 damage?
9 necrotic, yes. The first swing they rolled 2 3s, so that's gonna miss. Next one though, they hit solidly, so okay, and they crush down hard on this creature. Oh, and then they have their electrical deal, which also does some more damage. So this creature's not looking good, but is still standing. I'll put a red dot that this one's been injured as well. Let's see. One's down. And then of course next everybody else. Oh yeah, we kill that one's dead, I think. Mark him off. The other hunter is going to... what is he going to do? I mean, Dazes, you're the closest one, so he's going to come charging behind you with his pincer spear, and he's going to attack you from behind. Let's see here. Flank. Getting a 20 to hit, a dirty 20.
That does it, yes.
All right. You take 8 piercing damage. As he drives the spear from behind, begins to pull it back as the tips inside the jaws drive down on your waist. And you are grappled, so your speed is 0.
Oh, neat. Okay.
Inside the Spirit Guardians.
Oh shit.
Well, my speed is 0, so I can't really make it outside of them. So.
Right, but your speed is halved inside the radius, so basically, let me usually have a marker that shows what Spirit Guardians, so 5, 10, and I think it's 20, 20 or 30. Check this, I forget every time. Oh, 15 foot. Okay, so it goes out to, it's 15 foot radius. It would go out to here, just on the other side of the hunter, on your opposite side, from the center of him, and then goes 15 feet in the other way as well. And then all around in 15 foot. So basically from the wall here to the wall here, and then just behind the hunter is the Spirit Guardians. As long as you remain in that that sphere, I believe it's at the beginning of every one of your turns. You'll have to make that save. Creature cast spelling design and creatures see. Yeah, when it starts its turn inside the sphere. As long as you stay in there, you're going to continue to take that damage. Or as long as the spell is still operable. If his concentration goes down, then the spell may drop. But that's another option. But I'm just letting you know, as long as you stay in there, you will continue to take damage at the start of your turn. Hunter, his attack. And then, okay, and then the Chub Glubs are going to make their attacks.
Chub Club.
Chub Glubs. You haven't left the ground, have you, Trash?
Not yet, because I haven't had an action
Right, okay.
since the...
Okay, these two are going to rush over to you. Since you're the closest thing to them. The first one getting a 5 to hit, so yeah, no.
Oh, God.
The next one gets an 18 plus 3, so 21.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. You take 7 piercing damage from the spear as it drives it into your ooze-like form, hitting something solid. And then this one is going to attack on Yella. It's going to get destroyed if it tries to leave. Actually hitting her. But she doesn't give 3 shits. She's pissed. She is pissed. You can see the rage in her eyes is just absolutely disturbing. Yeah. With that, Trash, you are up. You are surrounded by fish people.
That changes a few things. I really wanted to heal Floof, but now if I leave, I'm going to get destroyed. Okay, I'm just going to be like, hang in there, Floof. I'm sorry.
Well, you could move. Well, you would take 1 opportunity if you tried to get within touch range of Floof. You would take 1 from the other guy, but you'd still be in melee range of the one to your top.
Okay.
That's what your intent is.
Okay. I want to make use of the... Because I was going to say, I felt that even though the the nature of the energy is drawn from like a druidic source more than arcane magic. The feeling of having magic cast on me, I still recognize the spider climb, and I want to make use of it.
Right.
So I might not be doing a lot of damage this round, but I'd put myself in a good position for next round, maybe. I guess I will try something.
Okay.
Because how hurt are you right now, Floof?
I am viscerally bleeding and have 5 HP.
Okay. So I'd like to... I'll move here. So I will take 1 attack of
Okay.
opportunity.
Does a 15 hit?
Yes.
Okay. You take 7 piercing damage as they drive a spear into you as you try to escape.
Okay.
But you still are able to move. You just take some damage doing it.
All right. So I moved. I will cast for my action. I'll cast Cure Wounds. So that is that. Oh, I rolled nice. Okay. So 8 plus 3, so 11 points of healing.
Ooh, nice.
Thank you. And then, oh, I should have cast shield on myself. That might have been, well, it's too late. I should have thought of that for next time. Then I will, what do I do? I really want to get out of the way, but if I, for example, just to show you what I mean, if I go here and then I try to climb the column using spider climb, will I incur another attack of opportunity?
If you go, whether it's up, down, left, right, whatever, 'cause you got to assume this is, it's hard to tell because we're not in 3-dimensional space looking at this battle
Right,
map.
but I'm envisioning, as long as I leave its bubble, like it's going to try to
Right.
strike, right?
Right. If you move outside of that 5-foot melee range, it's going to strike at you.
Yeah, that was a pretty, fortunately, those two recent blows took quite a chunk of damage. So I guess I will just, hopefully I can make use of the spider climb. It won't be for this round, but I would like to, I will try to, what do I do? It's in my face. God. What if I mean, yeah, screw it. Why don't I just use the... Oh, no, I use an action already. I don't have any other bonus action-y attack stuff, unfortunately. I'm thinking... I don't think there's, unfortunately, anything I can really do. Because my action was... I moved, I did my action. I don't have any bonus actions that would help me attack or do anything like that.
Is summoning your Steel Defender an action or a bonus action?
Well, I was actually gonna talk to you about that like after the session because
Right.
it's, yeah, it doesn't. I can't seem to find like when it disappears, because it'll mention that a new one will take its place if I ever create a new one during a long rest. So.
Oh,
don't
I'm
know
sorry. Okay.
how.
Yeah, let me look at. Yeah, Steel Defender. I don't know if it's something that stays with or you. Because usually when you're incapacitated, unless there's something else, it usually something like that would disappear. But let me look at features. Steel Defender. You have created a Steel Defender that obeys your commands. In combat, the Steel Defender shares your initiative count, but it takes let's see, it can move and And I don't say anything that says it goes away. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say it's been here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and if we see something otherwise later, but for the time being, I'll rule on the rule of cool and say it's still here.
Okay.
And then if we see something that contradicts that later, we'll roll with that. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and drop it on there, we'll just say it's been here.
Alrighty.
You just want to drop it somewhere within 5 feet of you. If there's anybody who's a great artist in chat and wants to make a robotic-looking raccoon, I would love you to death. Please do so. We need some better artwork other than just the random artwork of a raccoon I found on
I love it.
on Google at the time. So, yes, but for those of you who are new, you are now witnessing Trash's Steel Defender, aka Trash Panda. Welcome. Thank you, Quirky, for this amazing moment.
Yeah, because I was here earlier. I will have finished my turns, and I would have commanded Panda to attack.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me attack from Trash Panda.
Okay.
You subbed, didn't you?
What? He thought.
Twalker 500 gifted a tier 1 sub to Trash Panda.
Okay, so
They have
it
given 2 gift
does-
subs in the channel.
Thank you, T.
Wait, what'd you do?
He gifted a sub to Trash Panda.
Nice. Oh, wait a second. That's not what I want.
15.
15 hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Ooh.
So you have like an android raccoon, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a robotic artifice raccoon that I made.
Okay.
Plus 2. So
That-
9 damage.
9
I just
damage.
posted it.
Solid hit. This thing is bloodied.
I posted in our thing a very quickly created AI robot raccoon. This guy is so stupid.
In general?
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm posting this on fucking X channel with a bozo. Hold on.
I'll look at it here in a minute. Okay. With that, Dazes, you are up.
Okay, I have many questions.
Oh my god.
He's terrible, but he's also
Oh, man.
perfect.
Oh,
I'm definitely going to use that. It's funny.
Nice. Okay, I have lots of questions.
Okay.
So, what kind of action is it to drink a potion? And does it draw attack of opportunity?
No, it's just an action. Yeah. You an action to drink a potion.
Can I drink 2 in one turn with like an action and a bonus action? Or no?
No. As much as I think drinking a potion should be a bonus action, rules as written it is an action. Drink a potion.
Okay, alright. Is it like the use an object action?
No, drinking a
Or is it
potion
set?
is explicitly listed as an action.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, this is an ongoing discussion with the DMs, whether or not it's an action or a bonus action or blah, blah, blah. Some house rule it as a bonus. In this particular instance, the way I look at it is it takes a good amount of time to, like, chug a potion. It would take, 6 seconds, even if you were shotgunning I look at it like shotgunning a beer. It would take you 6 seconds or less to break it open, get it out, and chug it. So I think the creators of the game kind of got that right. Realistically, that's the way I've kind of seen it. But yeah, it's rules as written. It's an action,
Okay.
but you still do have your movement is 0 right now because you are grappled by the hunter behind you. But you do have your
Right.
bonus action.
Oh, here's a question.
Okay.
How long, if I drink my haste potion, does it take effect this turn or next turn?
It would take effect immediately.
Okay.
You would have an additional action.
And it also says it doubles my speed.
Yes, but you are grappled. That's why your speed's 0 right now.
Okay.
You would need to
I
break
guess
the
I drink
grapple.
potion while I'm grappled. Or do I
Pardon
have
me?
to break the grapple first?
You'd need to
To
break
drink
the.
the potion.
You'd need to. No. You grapple doesn't mean you can't do anything. Restrained means you can't do anything. Grapple just means your speed that you can't move because you're being like held by somebody, but you still can move your arms and punch and attack.
Okay.
Like you can still use your action. You just don't have any movement. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, restrained means you don't have the ability to do anything. Like when you were covered in the net, that's restrained. Grapple just means like you're being held by somebody or you're being held by some sort of implement in this case.
Okay. And what kind of save would it be to break the grapple? Strength?
Yeah, it'd be an action to break out or strength or in your case I'd use acrobatics or strength. Also, I need you to make a wisdom save throw because it's the beginning of your turn.
Yeah.
For the 20, you are successful, but you do take half damage.
Okay.
You take 4 necrotic damage,
All right.
as you still are in the Spirit Guardians at the moment. But you do, if you took your Potion of Haste, you would get 2 actions additionally.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Drink my haste potion. And then I guess I will attempt to break grapple.
Okay. So go ahead and give me an athletics or acrobatics check.
Okay. I'll do athletics.
Neat. Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, you just needed to beat an 11. So you twist out and kind of snap the teeth off in one way and just kind of use the twisting motion as you kind of monk turn and snap the piercing staff out of the way and break some of the teeth off as you kind of turn. So you do have your movement now, and I think the Potion of Haste or Potion of Speed gives you double movement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so while you're in the Spirit Guardians, your movement is halved. So it would be, I think normally you have a 40-foot movement.
Right.
So the Potion of Speed then doubles 20, so you're back to normal. If you wanted to move out, you would take an opportunity attack from the priest, but you wouldn't necessarily have to take an attack from the other dude as long as you stayed within melee.
Okay.
You would need to just... Well, hold on one sec. Sorry, I'm going to measure
it would
this.
have to be, yeah.
5,
I would have
10,
to be
15.
outside of
Yeah, you would take an attack from both if you tried to move away from them.
Okay.
But you do have your action, and you do have your you do have one action remaining, and you have your bonus action.
Can I use one of these? Can I use one to move and one to disengage?
Yes, you could disengage. Yeah, you could disengage. You also have your monk ability that you could spend a key point to disengage as a bonus action.
Yeah. So would I have to use like a disengage for like each enemy?
No, just one.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you wanted to, you could use your action to do it, or you could spend your bonus action and a key point to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna spend my last key point. I was thinking about that anyway.
All right. So you spend your last key point, and you duck under the two of them as they go to swipe out at you and grab you with the claw again. But you do have your full movement to get away from where you want.
All right. So let's see. Obviously, I'm gonna go at least this far to get out of the range of the.
Yeah, Spirit Guardians would end right in the square in front of you. Would basically the edge of the crustaceans, the spectral crustaceans are snapping out at you just from in front, but they can't go any further.
And I guess while we're at it, I might as well just go ahead and move this far.
Okay.
Just so everybody can get flanking. Who wants to get flanking?
But you still have your action as well.
Oh, I'll go ahead and attack then.
Yep. And you would have advantage on this guy because you are flanking with trash.
I like that. I'll just say I'm doing one-handed.
Okay.
Since
One-handed with the staff.
yeah.
The 20, yeah, you absolutely hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay.
With a 5, yeah, you absolutely crush this thing from the other side, and it crumbles to the ground in a pile of stinky fish guts.
Not gonna lie, I thought I was about to die.
That was a pretty good use of that potion. Not gonna lie, I was like,
good thing about that.
oh man, I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna take him down right here, because Spirit Guardians is no joke. Will fuck you up.
Yeah, for sure. Good use of that money, I guess.
Yeah.
Saved your life right there. But is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, not this turn.
All right, Floof, you are up. You've been slightly healed. You have one heavily wounded fish person in front of you, nasty-looking hunter far across the hallway, and a spectrally lobster-covered priest swinging out his staff, gearing up for another strike against you all.
Okay. I thank Trash for healing my wounds and feeling rejuvenated. Naturally, I will run and attack the closest enemy, which is Fishman down
Okay.
here. So I'll move here and attack him with my spear.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll. The 12, unfortunately, it just misses.
Okay, I will. I will think about how crappy I am, and and that's it for me.
All right. With that, Priest Pluffmud cries out with his staff in the air. "Ooh, my stalwart followers! Kill them in the name of the great crustacean!" As he is going to... let's see here. He is going to... He is going to drop Spirit Guardians, and he is going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Let's see. He is going to... Let's see. What's that? Think. Hold on. I may change this. 60. Oh, yeah. He's got 60 foot. I'm going to need to put in a stand-in marker here for something. His spiritual weapon. What do I want his spiritual weapon to look like? I imagine a giant, ugly, barnacle-covered lobster claw appears over beside you, Dazes. And I'm going to use this as his spiritual weapon. I'm just going to mark it as such. I'm going to mark it with this purple marker. This is not a fish person. This is the crustacean chasing after you. And it is going to try to take some pinchy pinchies at you. He gets. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as a reaction, I think. Oh wait, no, he has to be within 5. Never mind. I was gonna say because Panda has like this thing where it can deflect an attack that has to be within 5 feet.
Oh, 5 feet of the panda.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. 5 foot of the attacker, or 5 foot of both the attacker and the attackee?
Let me see. It says defender opposes disadvantage on one creature that that is within 5 feet of it, provided.
Okay.
So it has to be from the attack, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't hit either way. I think he got a 10 to hit, so.
Okay.
You got a 10 total to hit, so it misses as you nimbly dodge out of the way of this barnacle-covered crustacean. Kill them! Kill them! Sacrifice them to the great crustacean! And with that, Aniela has had enough of this bullshit. And she is going to continue to attack this creature recklessly.
The one that just attacked me, where did that come from?
It is his spiritual weapon. It's a spectral. It can't be attacked, and it can't take opportunity attack. It's basically just a floating spirit weapon. It's like a cleric spell. The first attack unfortunately misses, even with advantage. The second one, however, does not, as she comes down hard on this creature and reduces it to a fine, fishy paste.
Rip.
And then, seeing that the cloud of 20 is going to rush up and go after... Yeah, it's going to go after this guy. Next turn. But, yeah, she is... Oh, well, she still has that, too. I forgot about the charge thing. Doesn't do too much damage, but it does some. A little bit helps. As a little bit of energy shocks this creature as she approaches. And then the hunter is going to come after her. And is getting advantage because she acted recklessly. 16 does hit, so he is going to not do that much damage at all. Like 1 point. She is raging. Barbarians, man. And tanks. But anyway, I think that's it for... Oh, no, I'm sorry. The hunter has extra attack. Or multi-attack. Doesn't matter. Rolled a 3 and a 2.
Oh, God.
Oh, man, this thing is bad. This other creature is going to come after you, Floof. Since you're the closest thing to it, and if it runs away, it's going to take a big fist in the face, I'm sure. Does a 17 hit?
Sure does.
All right. You take 6 points of piercing damage as it drives another spear into you. But Trash, you are up.
Does Floof and Dazes, do they look like, you guys look okay, or do you need a bit of healing?
I'm alright.
I could maybe use some, but I do. Maybe you've seen in a previous combat, you remember I do have Stone's Endurance to kind of buy at least one critical hit to hopefully save me from dying.
Okay. Because I could cure you again before trying to climb up a column. Or we could try to concentrate on the two that are near us, and hopefully we can fit it. I don't know.
Well, this one right here
I
in
do
front of
have-
Dazes can't be attacked.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
that's the
That's the spirit
This is
weapon.
the spiritual weapon, yeah.
Right. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't have a... I'm gonna
No,
get
no,
rid
that's
of
all right.
I'm gonna get rid of him and just draw something.
I do have healing potions on my person though.
Okay.
So I can just like hand Floof one.
Okay. And then worst case, if I climb out of the way, I'll send Panda near you. Hopefully, if I can send Panda near you, and it'll be a good help.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So I will then climb. So I guess I'm like technically, I can't really show it nicely, but I've climbed or started to ascend this little column here.
Okay, it's about a 15-foot ceiling in here.
Okay.
So it'd be about 15 foot to get to the ceiling.
All right. So that was like what, 5, 10, 15 if I was here, and then like 20, 25, 30. So yeah, I'd say I'm like comfortably like 10, 15 up there.
Okay.
And from here, I can shoot a crossbow at the creature that is engaged with Floof.
Okay.
Okay, that is so 23.
Absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
And that is not the nicest damage roll, but 3 plus 4, 7.
7. Just enough to take this thing down. As the bolt sails between and slams into one of its eyes, going right straight through to the brain.
Yay. Okay. And that's my turn. And then
Okay.
I told Panda to go protect Floof. So
Okay.
we'll go.
Did you want to move the panda? Okay, there you go. You're good. All right.
I look down suspiciously at this tiny little creature and wonder how it could possibly do anything, but appreciate it all the same.
It just smiles.
Dazes, you're up. You have this spectral claw in front of you. It can't get opportunity attacks on you, but it is in front of you. And you can pass through it.
That's good to know. I'm gonna move back 5.
Okay.
And I'll hand Floof a potion
Okay.
of healing to drink.
Okay.
I guess I'll just say healing when I pass it on so he knows what it is.
I nod,
I'll-
thankfully.
I'll
You
leave
give
it
him
up
the
to
actual
dice.
healing potion or one of the budget ones?
Well, I have 2 actuals and 1 budget, and I'll leave it up to the dice which one he gets.
Okay.
I'm not looking. I'm just pulling it out of my back and giving it to him.
Okay. Roll me. Do a /R space 1d3. We'll say on a 1 you give him the budget. On a 2 or a 3 you give him the regulars.
Okay.
Okay. You give him one of the regular ones.
You got lucky.
Thanks, homie.
You don't get one of the bathtub potions.
So yeah, that's a 2d4 plus 2 whenever you get a chance to drink it.
Okay.
And then I guess I'll use the rest of my movement to just move up to the fight again.
Okay. So yeah.
What's my position for flanking this guy? Do I have to be like here?
You need to be behind him on the opposite from Aniela.
Can I fit there?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
This is 5 foot in total, and you're not like a huge creature, so.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go there.
All right. So yeah, you would have advantage on these strikes.
Yeah. So handing the potion off was an action, yes?
Yes. Hand it. Yeah, we'll call that a free action.
Okay.
Since you didn't really look hard at it, but just say you like grabbed it quickly and like tossed it to him. I won't be a stickler on that. We'll call it a free action.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and quarterstaff it.
Okay.
I'll two-hand quarterstaff it.
All right. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Hit first. Oof.
13 just hits, actually.
Ooh, nice. Okay. All right. Let me roll damage. That'll be the. Yep.
8. All right. Solid hit as you crack down on this thing where whatever semblance of a collarbone it would have. Anything else you'd like to do?
Left. Okay, so I don't have any key points, but I do have just the general unarmed strike.
Yeah, you could
which
do an
lets me
offhand
make one
strike.
more unarmed strike. So
Right.
I'll do one more unarmed strike.
22 hits.
Nice.
7. Solid damage. All right.
Yeah, and I think that's my limit, so I'm done.
All right. Floof, you are up.
Okay.
Dazes had tossed you a potion.
I okay. I look at the potion. I don't want to drink it. I don't care for the unnatural things of that nature. So I'm just gonna walk on up and let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. I could get in range of this guy. I'm gonna hit him with my spear.
Okay.
Oh boy.
9 unfortunately does not hit. You swing wide.
Okay. Well, I'm out of movement and can't do anything else, and I am very seriously rethinking my decisions on not drinking that potion.
Probably, yeah. Priest Plasmoid cries out, "Damn you! Damn you! How dare you! How dare you! The great crustacean will smite you!" And his spiritual weapon's going to come up behind you and is going to take some pinchy pinchies.
Okay.
Because, well, I don't know. No, it's not a creature, so it doesn't get flanking. It does roll an 18.
Okay, that hits.
You are going to take 10 bludgeoning damage as this pincer comes down over your shoulder and hits you from behind.
Okay, as a reaction, I will use my stone's endurance.
Okay.
Or die.
All right, and you get
So
10 back,
that
so you
reduces-
basically negate it.
Yeah, thank God. I'm sorry, T. I should have taken it. So stupid.
But that was
That
his.
characterization.
Believe. Yeah, it's. All right, I don't cleric very often, so give me a moment. Oh, it doesn't cost anything to. So I'm going to. What do I want to do now? Let's see here. Hey, seeing that the claw has not taken you down, is going to use Sacred Flame. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Floof.
Okay.
With a 19, yes, you are successful. You do not take any damage. Very lucky. But with that, let's see. That was his turn. Aniela is next, and she is pissed, but she sees that a little smarter now that you're on the other side and feeling a bit more confident. No, you know what I'm gonna have her do? She sees this priest leading the whole pack and is seeing the cause of this whole mess, and sees the body of the uncle lying against the side of this container full of blood, and she is gonna go at it some more. Ooh, oh man, that was almost a crit. She's gonna take a big swipe on him with that one. And, ooh, yeah, and that one too. So those, not great damage rolls, but so it's about okay. Good amount of damage. Both solid strikes. The priest is looking quite bloodied. And that's and then she still has her electrical. Oh, yep. Good amount more damage. There we go. As the shot comes off at the end of the arms once more. Now the hunter is up. Let's see. Is he gonna go after? Well, seeing that she was attacking the priest, he's gonna go after Aniela. Yeah, and that does hit. She was attacking recklessly. The other one does not, so that's her. All right. Aniela's looking a little bruised at this point, but you know she's pretty stout. We are back up at the top of the round with Trash. Hello.
Oh, sorry, I just realized I was muted. There isn't much I can do from here in terms of like helping heal because I don't have anything that's like long ranged.
Right.
So all I can really do is kind of, now that I'm in a safer spot where I'm not just reacting to whoever's closest to me and can attack, I think I can pick up on the same thing Aniela has picked up on, which is the priest is kind of leading this whole thing and casting that spiritual weapon and things like that. So I would aim directly at the priest as well.
You're gonna fire at the priest?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is 18 plus 6, 21.
Yeah, absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so that one's 1 and... Okay. So 6 plus 4, so 10.
10 damage. Oof. Solid bolt sails in and hits him in the gut. He is looking quite bloodied at this point.
Okay, not much else I can do here, but I can... So my turn is done, but I can send Panda, so it's 10,
Okay.
15, 20, 30?
Yep.
About 40 walking speed. Send him there,
Okay.
and I will send him to attack. Because now that we are flanked, I will attack this.
Yep, you attack with advantage.
Okay, I'll take the 19 plus 5 is 24.
Yeah, 100% hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Get him, Android Panda.
That was a 6 plus 2, so 8.
Yeah. Solid hit. This thing is still going. Very zealous follower. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nope. I think that's it.
Dazes, you are up.
Can I slip into this space?
You absolutely can.
Okay. To give Floof, and then I'm actually gonna attack the important guy as well, the priest.
Okay.
And again, two-handed quarterstaff, or attempt to.
11, unfortunately, does not hit.
Yep. I'll go ahead and add my extra unarmed strike though.
Okay. That does hit, though.
There you go.
I guess I'll just punch him in the face.
All right, 6 damage. Yeah, he is looking not great right now.
Oh, and can I use my extra haste action as well, actually?
Oh, that's right. You haven't been using your hasted actions.
Get him.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you still have
Fuck 'em
another attack. You have
up.
another action.
I'll do my quarterstaff again.
Yeah, I completely forgot you had used the haste potion.
Hey, me too.
Yeah, that just hits.
Alright.
Hell yeah.
6, yeah. Dwindling them down. All right, is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, I'm good.
All right. And then we are back at Floof.
I'm going to. I'm gonna drink the potion.
Okay. You stomach back the desire not to consume things that don't make sense to you, but you know that if you don't, you may not survive. you
Yep.
knock it back either way.
And then how does that work for how much I get healed?
So roll /R 2d4. And then you'll add 2 to that. So yeah, so 5 plus 2, so you get 7 back.
Nice. I choke a little bit on it. I'm not happy, but I do want to thank Dazes for the potion. And that we established that is an action, correct?
Yes, potions are an action to consume.
All right, I'm gonna back up a little bit and stand guard with.
From where you were
Trash.
previously,
Yeah, right here.
you would take an opportunity attack from the hunter by doing that.
Ooh.
Just so you're aware.
I look back at Trash, see that she is safe and sound on her pedestal, and hold my ground.
Okay. With that, Priest Plasmoid is continuing. He is, at this point, is quite furious, unsure of what to do as he's getting pummeled from multiple perspectives. Let's see. What to do here? Don't have a lot to go with, but yeah, he's gonna burn the last high-level slot he's got because there's really nothing he can do with the other one, and he's gonna recast Spirit Guardians.
Cool.
Hold on, I wanted to double check. Yep, yeah, he's gonna recast Spirit Guardians to try to save himself. So I need Floof and I need Dazes. I need Wisdom saving throws from you both. I also need a Wisdom save from Trash Panda.
Okay.
I got a 23.
23, you succeed. You only take half damage.
Okay. That's one thing.
22, you succeed. Aniela unfortunately fails.
Just 12 for.
Yeah, that is a failure. So on a failure, it is 22 necrotic damage. On a success, it is 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so Panda's dead.
Panda is off and is snapped up by the spiritual crustaceans. Aniela is going to take all of that damage. She is quite bloodied from that.
I am also down.
You're down?
shit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You will not get away from the great crustacean! Floof, how you looking right now, buddy? Hello?
Shit, I was muted. Sorry. How much damage did I take?
11.
Okay. I have 6 HP.
Okay. All right. With that, Aniela is up. She's got to make that save one more time. She does succeed this time, so that's good. A little bit of damage, but not nearly as much.
What? A raid? Joke's on you, I'm into that shit!
Luna, thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, friend.
Luna!
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome,
Did
everybody.
she
We're
say
playing
Luna?
D&D.
Like Luda?
No, Luna. Not Luda. Luda.
Luna! Throwback, baby.
Oh, God. I was just watching Fast and Furious the other night.
Oh, God. Those
What a
are
great franchise.
crazy.
Oh, God, it's
So
so
good.
bad. It's like that stupid movie you can't help but laugh at.
It's like Doritos. You know they're not good for you, but
Oh, yeah,
they're
100%.
delicious. You love them.
Right, so you're down, Dazes. It's just a marker.
Oh, no.
Aniela takes a little bit of damage. She's still standing and she's going full bore on this guy. She crits on one.
Hell yeah.
Go.
Let's go.
And she misses the other one, but she does crit on one. It's gonna decide it. She does it.
Let's go.
She comes
Ayy.
down with a reckless abandon and slams her fist with all of its electrical fury down on this guy. She barely got up. She needed he had 19 hit points left. And she just did 21 damage.
Oh, God.
Hell yeah.
But the Spirit Guardians falls, so you won't need to remake the saves. But Dazes, you're down. The Hunter, seeing all this now that the priest has just been crushed into a fine paste, doesn't know what to do as it looks around, completely confused without its leader, and it is going to try to run. So Floof, Floof, and Aniela are going to have opportunity attacks, and then this thing is no more, along with that. Oops. There we go.
I'm going to do it from my unconscious state as well.
Just swing out from your unconscious body. Try to kick it. But yeah, Floof and Aniela, you have swings against this thing.
Okay. I'll do my opportunity with my spear
Okay.
and probably miss.
11, unfortunately, does not hit.
Okay.
Aniela does a nice strike to this thing's shoulder. Still chugging, trying to get away. It's gonna... 30 gets right there. Oh, it's all good, Luna. Have a good evening. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. But yeah, this thing is running away. Trash, you are up. But you can see that this other creature is bolting without anything left to anyone left to lead them. Trash, you there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Was there?
You're up.
Oh, okay. I thought that he was just gonna keep dashing like that. That was it.
Oh,
but
yeah. I mean, yeah. He had to move out of the way, but he doesn't have much movement on land.
Okay, got you. So I am cool to go ahead and try to attack him then.
You can if you want to. I mean, he's running the other way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll try and attack him.
Okay.
Because I don't know if there's anybody, like, if he's going to run. Like, it seemed like this was the main leader, but I don't want him running for help or that.
Sure.
Just so I'd rather just deal with it if I can. That was a low roll. 8 plus 6, 14.
14 hits.
God, oh my god. Before, so 11.
11. How do you want to do this?
Oh, it's just running away, right? I just want to. I'm gonna shoot across bow like into its calf so that its fucking leg is nailed into the ground. And then as it turns around to look at where it was hit and look up, I will leap from the column and take my dagger out and just shove it into its mouth.
I love it. I love it. You leap down off of the wall, driving in the dagger into its cranium, and it is no more. As this is going on, Aniela is going to pull a potion from her bag and run up to you, Dazes.
Can I run to Dazes' body and start openly weeping?
Sure.
Does Floof think I'm dead?
You get 7 points of healing back, Dazes.
Okay.
As you feel yourself come to consciousness again with this this potion jammed into your mouth. But you see the lifeless form of Priest Plasmoid and the slit throat body of the man that Aniela had recognized in this cavernous area. And seeing that you're alive and stable, she, without reason and abandon, begins kicking in doors, starting with this one over here to the top. Very clearly looking for anything she can, finding very little as there's tossed papers and beds from what was probably there for maintenance staff. But she runs down to the south here and does the same thing, kicking in this door. And I don't have markers for them, but you hear at a distance as she kicks through this door the whimpering of two small individuals on the opposite side of these crates, kind of cowering on the opposite side of these barrels. A young, dirty blonde-haired boy and a little bit, a smaller but similar-looking young girl. Both of them probably no more than 7 or 8 years old. Not overly well-dressed in very basic clothing, but covered in a large amount of blood. Not injured, but covered in blood and other dirt and grime of this location. Just openly, the girl, seeing Aniela, who drops to the ground, herself covered in blood, with somewhat of a relief you see in her form as she drops down and grabs the two children in a strong motherly embrace as a sigh of relief and tears begin to well up in her eyes as she grabs the two of them. What would you all like to do?
I assume we'll get rest soon somewhere, hopefully, but still, I just would like to cast Cure Wounds as many more times as I can. I can only do 2 more times, but
Okay.
on Dazes, and I don't know who else needs it, but
I'm hugging Dazes and shaking him because
Okay.
I'm happy he's alive.
That wasn't amazing, but 5 more points of healing for Dazes.
Hey, I'll take
Okay.
that. Half health, let's go.
And are you good now, Floof? Or are you still kind of like you're hurting?
I have 6 HP.
Okay, I'll cast my last one on you just to bring everybody back up to double digits at least.
Okay.
So 5 plus 3, so it's 8.
Very well. Thank you.
So I guess I was here. And then I don't know how it works flavor wise, but I would just the little bits of scrap metal that have since disintegrated. I'm just gonna be like, I'll bring you back, Panda. That's just a little tiny tear, just a small tear.
Oh, Panda.
Very well. As it is getting quite long, I'll kind of expedite. At this point in time, through the door that Aniela has basically kicked down, you see her grasping these 2 small children as they recognize her from their stay within the cirque and are weeping and sobbing, but it is a relief tear, or tears of relief as they trail down their faces, as Aniela for the first time shows this vulnerability, whereas she was otherwise you didn't get the maternal instincts of this woman until now, as she's gripping these 2 children, and just almost sobbing as much as they are, just excited to see that they are alive. And it takes several minutes for her to come to terms with what's happened here, but she manages to get the children. She picks the young girl up in her arms, holding her against her broad shoulders and chest, and looks at the young boy. You need to be strong for your sister. Show her what a strong man you are. And, he's very openly sobbing, this young boy, covered in dirt and blood, but manages to hold back some more whimpers and holds onto her hand as they kind of step back out to greet you all. It's awful. Such an awful place. You need to get these little ones out of here. You need to leave here as soon as possible. Are you all okay to travel? I don't know if there are more here, but we need to leave soon. Don't want to take risk that they might come back with greater numbers.
I give a somber and nod of approval.
I stand up and start walking out of the door. I'm ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
At this point in time, with the creatures no longer here, you truly get the sense of the grotesqueness of this place. Horrible, sickening rituals that these creatures had been conducting here to their absurd and false gods. Any of you who have any type of historical knowledge or understanding of religion know that there's no such thing as the Great Crustacean. That this is some unholy thing in any observation that these creatures were conducting down here, and where they came from, what they intended to do with all this collected blood and sacrificial individuals. It is hard to say, but it is truly a grotesque affront to the natural world what was going on in this sewer. And it takes you, as you kind of look around, you do find some various, while you're down here on the way out, you do find some various trinkets and things that these creatures had not found a use for, but you do find a handful of additional healing potions in a crate. You find 3 additional regular healing potions. You also find about 110 gold among all the scraps and various belongings of people that these individuals likely sacrificed, as well as miscellaneous jewels and things of that nature. About 110 gold's worth of jewels and various coinage scattered about that you're loosely able to find.
All right.
I reach for one of the healing potions to thinking I've taken my cut, and I hand it to Dazes as a payback / thank you for letting me or giving it to me before.
I'll accept that.
You would have found those down here in this lower section.
Actually, I'll go ahead and take mine and give it to Aniela.
Thank you. See that it
Is it? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is it worth it to do an additional like search of the area for anything else? Like that's what we would have gleaned from.
That's what you would have gotten from just a quick search on the way out. Just a quick, scope out of the area. There wasn't too much here. There were what you found in some of the reveal, not conceal. Just some bed locations among here, scattered bunks and things of that nature. A makeshift little eating area. This clearly was some sort of maintenance location.
Right.
Okay.
Maintenance sector for workers down here for temporary stays while they were working on the channels and things of that nature, but was heavily out of use when these creatures took up residence in it. As Aniela kind of takes the children away and she passes by one of these grotesque looking statues made up of bone and shells, she has the two kind of wait by the doorway. She grits her teeth and smashes the one to the top to pieces, releasing some frustration.
I'll see to it that the remains of anyone found down here is attended to by the sonnet. You need to go.
And then she heads to the door, awaiting you all.
I will follow behind her.
Let's go. I mean, I'll hand Trash the 3rd healing potion on the way out, I guess.
Yeah, I would take one of the healing potions.
Okay. Is there anything else you all would like to do before Aniela escorts you back towards your original path?
I'm gonna walk over to this statue and punch it like she punched the other one.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Actually, yeah. Can I pick up the main priest body and throw it in the pool of blood?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. You fling this fishy creature's remains into the pool of blood, as it's not a very deep pool, but and you see it's most of the blood is sitting on the surface of this black ichor water.
What would I roll for just a basic attack roll?
Just give me an unarmed strike. So add your in this case, roll a d20 and add your strength modifier.
Okay, d20 is 13 plus 4, so 17.
You smash this thing to pieces.
Let's go.
Oh. Is there like a easy or at least gentle way of releasing the uncle so it's not just in that weird sacrificial position?
Yeah, Aniela, she had kind of pulled it away into a more reasonable position and kind of, lied him down on his back over here.
Okay.
And crossed his arms.
We'll send Sonnet members to collect his remains, as well as any others that we find here. But we shouldn't stay here any longer in case more of them are coming. I would assume that was the bulk of their ilk, but I wouldn't like assuming that. Especially when I have these little ones coming with me.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we should go.
All right. With that, as you exit this abomination of a location, feeling the weight of what had occurred here, and probably would have continued to occur here long after had you not come and exterminated these creatures below the cities. You take a breath and push forward back on your original path out of the city, now accompanied by two small children who thankfully survived this whole ordeal. And that's where we'll end for this evening. You all continue your journey out of the sewer escapes of the Silver Sonnet in the city of Mirstadt, having seemingly found the source of these strange disappearances below the city. We'll go ahead and end things there. I hope you guys all enjoyed.
Ooh boy.
Oof. Oof.
Oof.
And just because of I owed Dazes and Floof 25 earlier.
Okay.
So splitting the 110 like 3 ways, it's like 37, 37, 36. So of my like 36, I'm going to return, 25 to Dazes first because I think that Floof's concept of money is still developing.
Yep.
So I'm going to give it back to Dazes.
Thank you. I realized I was muted there too for a second. Yeah, that was a fun session. Let me. So how much money am I getting? Oh my god, I'm Floof.
You get 37, and
Okay.
then
Mm-hmm.
Dazes will get 37 plus 25, which
Okay.
62.
62. Okay. All right.
All right. Well,
And I know what I'm spending that money on.
Yeah.
more potions.
More potions.
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed. That was a lot of fun. I always like doing
Yeah, it was fun.
Mm-hmm.